Welcome to a brand new episode of the official Capcom Pro Tour pre-show, No Neutral. I am your host, Hollywood Rock TV, and today we are not with my man's Brian, as he is dealing with a couple of health issues, but he is staying strong, fighting strong, and as we're going to talk about today, he is playing strong. And speaking of people who are strong at their professions, one of the greatest in the world today, one of the fastest rising stars in the FGC, he is joined with me today, and that is none other than the Mandem, bruv. Jammers, what up with you, bro?
Do you know I'm gonna reciprocate those feelings immediately. Wagwan, Rob TV, what happened to you? That's how we do it out here. We're gonna talk some Street Fighter and get ready for this top 8 here. But before that, we gotta tell everyone what's been happening around the world, don't we, Rob?
And we talk about the world. One place that I immediately think of is the heart and soul of Street Fighter, at least historically, the motherland, and that is none other than Japan. Shout out to CPT Japan, holding it down for us over there on Capcom Fighters Japan, and all of the commentators, the translators, and all of the fans who support No Neutral. Arigato gozaimasu. Now, the World Warrior program has been going phenomenal so far, and we have a whole lot of results to get into, so let's get straight to it. First and foremost, we're going to be taking a look at Slash and Dash over in the Middle East, as we had Angry Bird taking first place, and then in second place, can we really guess who it is? Are we surprised? It is none other than Big Bird, and then in third place, it's not GTR this time, is actually Aziz, who looked very strong with that loop. And now let's take a look at these standings, as we have in first place, Angry Bird with 140 points overall. In second place, Big Bird with 130, not far behind, and then GTR with 95 points in third place.
Yeah, and this is crazy indeed, because it doesn't stop there, because now we got to go over to one of the strongest, if not the strongest region when it comes to Street Fighter, and that is Japan, when we head over to the World Warrior Japan, where Shuto takes first place in their latest online tournament. However, it wasn't easy because he had a decent grand final, John Takeuchi, who comes second place. And then in third place, Youngstar, another Youngstar, one of the strongest players out there, one of the strongest Guile players out there, and it was in Higuchi, so well played to them. If you haven't seen that top 8, please go and watch that on the archives on YouTube. But then if we go and take a look at their leaderboards, Rob, who's at the top is John Takeuchi with the 90 points, Shuto second place with the 51 points, and Higuchi not far behind with the 50 points. One of the strongest, densest regions right now is shaping up to be nicely, and I see Gatchik in their fourth place with 45 points. Can't wait to see what happens and unfolds.
You talk about how amazing Japan is, and I have to say this next region is trying their best to claw up to fight right there with them, because this is one of the greatest regions in the world, one that you might be a little bit impartial to, and that is UK and Ireland. We had their World Warrior program where Ending Walker with yet another victory takes first place, and then in second place you have arguably the best, not even arguably, the best Street Fighter V player, at least all time, when it comes to the European region, that is Problem X. And then in third place we had Man Like Shivs with another strong performance. And as we take a look over at the standings in UK and Ireland, in third place, you have Shax with 70 points. Second place, you have One Step Layer, my Karen Brethren, with 75 points. And in first place, you have Ending Walker with a whopping 150 points, absolutely dominating the competition and winning every single event, 3 for 3 up to this point. And I'm a bit surprised. I mean, Problem X is sitting there at 65 points in fourth.
But it doesn't stop there, because now we got to go back over to the Western Hemisphere, and we got to talk about Central America West. Things are turning up the heat and getting juicy down there, Rob, with their latest World Warrior event. Grand Todokai takes that there first place, beating Doomsnake in the grand final. Doomsnake finishing second, of course, and third place, shout outs to Dead Ace BS, and that is, I'm telling you what, a very good top 3. But again, there's still 2 more tournaments in that region to play for, all the regions to play for. But if we take a look at the standings over in Central America West, Todokai sits up top, sitting pretty with 135 points, but he's only 30 points ahead of Doomsnake, who has 105. And then in third place, we have Nan Jr. I'm telling you, it may feel far, but it's super close to these guys. And I tell you what, even I can't predict who's going to be in the final 8, but I can't wait to see how things progress from here on out.
Well, one thing that you can predict is who is going to win most of these Oceania tournaments because this guy is just that good. As we look over at World Warrior Oceania, Travis Styles with another dominant performance takes first place even though he's already qualified for a Capcom Cup. Second place, the OG, the Bison legend, Somniac. And then in third place, we had Goldie Next Door. And as we take a look at their standings, we can see Travis Styles has won every event, just like Endon Walker, 150 points. Second place is Somniac with 110. And then in third place, you have ROF with 90 points, a very, very talent-dense region.
But again, it doesn't stop there, Rob. We got to pull things back to my neck of the woods. Well, the UK have left Europe, but I can still say they're in my neck of the woods because we're going to be heading over to Europe West, where we have the latest World Warrior being taken by none other than Mr. Wolf, a very strong Seth player, extremely talented with that character, and he is a dad as well. So shout outs to the family men out there playing Street Fighter. He wins the tournament using Seth, beating his Italian brethren, one of the best Italian players, or both of these guys are. He beats Geeko in the finals, and they're making things difficult for third place. One of the favorites, Takamura, who finishes third. I think he's having a little bit of a hard time beating the Italians right now, but that is what your top three is looking like there. But then if we transition over and look at the leaderboards right now, it's actually another Italian up top, Garnet, with 115 points, sitting pretty with that Fang, and Takamura isn't that far behind him, 10 points behind with 105 points. But then we do have, as I mentioned in that previous top three, Geeko with 91 points, and fourth place is Mr. Wolf. Mr. Wolf, I've got to give a special shout outs. Keep playing, keep winning, because we want to see those consistent results. But I tell you what, that concludes it for Europe West.
And from west to the east, we have to break down United States East, one of the best regions in the world. In first place, we have Booker, or Tampa Bison, as you may know him as. Amazing performance there. X Finesse gets second place with that very strong Ed. And then in third place, we had Wet Kunai, who put on an amazing performance himself. And as far as the overall leaderboards, and in first place, we have Ultimate Weapon, who still sits atop the throne with 90 points. Second place, we have Kudo from Japan all the way to America with 85 points. And then tied for second place is Arturo NYC Furby with 85 points. And then in fourth place, we have Punk D Giziard with 70 points.
But then we got to go back over to East Asia and see how things are going there. We got to give props to the young man, Albert, who is the Taiwanese Rose player doing the work, and he's actually a training partner of GamerB and Oil King, beating Xiao Bao. It's been a long time since I've seen Xiao Bao this active, so it's good to see him still playing that Lucia. But he beat Xiao Bao in the grand finals there. Xiao Bao finished in second place. And of course, props to Genesis as well, using that Gil and still accumulating those points to make sure he stays in the fight so he can enter those regional finals in the final 8. But then, do you know what? Let's take a quick look at this leaderboard here, Rob. So we do have Chris Wong at the top with that 85 points. 5-point differential from second place with Rain Pro, which you saw at the Intel World Open. Shout out to Rain Pro, still doing the work there. And of course, he's actually joined second place with Gang, who's got 80 points as well. And Genesis is just below them with Albert with 75 points. So things are actually pretty tight at the top here, and a lot of joint places. So please, viewers at home, keep an eye on this region because it might be surprising by the end when we get to the regional final.
And something that's not surprising at all is seeing South Korea deliver when it comes to their tournaments, one of the strongest regions in the world. In first place, we had M Lizard, one of the best Vega players in the world that we all know and love. In second place, we had Costco. And in third place, we had QHDWN2245. And as we take a look at their rankings, in first place, Costco actually has 115 points, sitting pretty up there atop the leaderboard. In second place, we have my man NL with 90 points. And in second place as well is M Lizard, who is locked up with them with 90 points. And then in fourth place, you have QHDWN with 85. That region is still looking very stacked. And even though we just say the top 3, top 4, of course, the top 8 is where you need to be to qualify for that last one. But of course, you guys can see the other 4 on there. South Korea looking very, very strong right now.
Speaking of exceptional talents, we're going back to Central America, but not the west side. We're going to the east side this time around. It was taken none other than Crossover, and then he beats Elite FGL G-Roy in the grand final. But then we need to take a quick look at the leaderboard here, right? Louis Man is at the top with 115 points. FGL G-Roy is actually not that far behind him. He is there with 100 points. And we got Ajax Fidelity, which you will be seeing him a bit soon in Street Fighter League. Still making sure he puts his name on the map. He's got 80 points there. But let's not count as a Street Fighter League veteran or experienced player at this point. Hermes Venatori, he is there 4th place with 75 points. So things are shaking up here for Central America East.
And as we go down south, we see none other than Asia Southeast, who just had a banger of a tournament. And then in 1st place, who we just saw putting in work in the CPT online and in other World Warrior events, is Lacuna C. His Falk is one of the best in the business right now. 2nd place was none other than Mind RPG. And then in 3rd place, we had Angry Egg Tart. And that is why when we look at these leaderboards, he sits atop with a whopping 130 points. In 2nd place, we have Captain Y with 95 points. And then in 3rd place, we have Bravery, 90 points. Southeast, always stepping up to the plate.
Talking about stepping up to the place, one of the most entertaining and boisterous regions that have come from Street Fighter V in the past couple of years has been the Midwest region, with Super Saturdays, another World Warrior event, put in the bags, and none other than your co-host and one of the most iconic guys we have in the FGC right now, Brian F, taking the tournament with that Oro, putting in the work, and he's probably using hitbox as well, having some fun on that. So shouts out to Brian F for winning the tournament there. It wasn't easy, because in 2nd place, Boomy FGC, special shouts to him, still using Zeku. And in 3rd place, special shoutouts again to Nigel, using that Dictator, still playing a bit of Boxer, I believe, as well. But I'm telling you what, the Midwest, man, you guys put on quite a show and keep me up late at night so I lose them hours enjoying some Street Fighter. But you know what? I can't stop there. We're going to take a look at these leaderboards very quickly. Brian F at the top with 100 points, exactly 100 points, representing CLG there. 2nd place, got to shout out the boy, fellow Mika brethren, El Chacote, with the 71 points right now. And then we've got 3rd place, Mags. Shout outs to Mags, still repping that birdie. He's got the 70 points there. I tell you what, man, I can't call what's going to happen with the Midwest, but I'm going to keep watching to find out. And you guys at home should do so as well.
And as we head over to Europe, we have none other than France World Warrior event, where they had Link Exelo taking 1st place, Valmaster taking 2nd place, and then we had Luffy, OG and former EVO champion, taking 3rd place. And now let's take a look at the standings, as we have Valmaster, 140 points in 1st. 2nd place is Luffy with 105 points, and then Freya Wan Mei with 90 points in 3rd. French is shaping up to be extremely strong.
We got strong regions all over the world, Rob, but we got to go over to Mexico and see how the guys are doing over there with their Mexican MASH World Warrior Tournament 3. We got Solving, recently qualified for the CPT finals, taking 1st place. Kusanagi, one of the best Mexican players there, coming 2nd. And of course, 3rd place goes to MX Gus. Shout outs to that top 3 there, representing, shout outs to the Mexican scene in general, representing and loving their fine games to the best that they can. But then if we go and look at their World Warrior standings right now, it's Kusanagi at the top, sitting pretty with 140 points at the top. Solving has got 91 points there. And then we got El Tigre, 6 points behind him with the 85. And then if you look at 4th place, it is Gamma with the 80. I tell you what, man, keep an eye on these 4 players and the other 4 players that meet them in their regional final.
Next up, we have Germany, and in 1st place, of course, it's none other than Jimmy. 2nd place, we have Val Wing, and then in 3rd place, we had Riso. And as we take a look at their standings, Jimmy does sit at the top with 130 points. Val Wing has 2nd with 115 points, and then Fossa, the V-Trigger 2 Urian Extraordinaire, has 3rd place, and we got to give some love to my man Ryan Hart, an absolute legend, in 4th place with 81 points.
And then we're going to stay in the European region, and we're going to head over to the Spain and Portugal region with BCN Fighters and their latest World Warrior event. Hey, listen, man, we got to give props to the Fang Specialist, because he's been sticking with this character, learn a character, he's featured in Street Fighter League, and he's still taking names in his respective region. Vega Patch taking 1st place there, and he did beat fellow Spanishman Samuel, but then 3rd place. Rob, I loved it when you pronounced this guy's name, because you said Apapaino or something like that. You made me laugh.
I know what you're talking about.
It's Apapino, if you really must know. But yes, the Ken player Apapino takes 3rd place there. But you know what? Shout outs to this region for representing. But then you know what? We got to quickly look at this leaderboard before we love you and leave you, because it is Vega Patch at the top with 150 points, staying strong, staying consistent. And Samuel is not that far behind him with 120 points. And then Third place, Apopino with 85 points there. And special shout outs to Alex Sieg as well. Nash player, very strong Nash player from Europe. He has got 75 points. And again, shout outs to the whole Spanish region for representing BCN fighters as well.
Talking about all of these amazing players makes me want to actually talk to one. And Jammers, we have the pleasure of doing just that as we have a special interview with none other than Endemic's very own Sean. I'm going straight into it, bro. We can't talk about friendship and brotherhood without bringing up Knuckle Dang. And of course, you also have Adam on your team this year. You have Gamer B. Your team is an actual super team. What happened there? How did you put together such a ridiculous squad?
I'm not gonna lie, most of it was by accident. So
what?
Yeah.
How does that work?
Complete accident. So I mean, I guess y'all asking for the details. So I first asked Duke, actually. So I first asked Duke, but it was a reluctant thing. I expected him to say no, and at first he did say no. So I was like, all right, cool. I perfectly expected it, but let's just get that one out of the way real quick. Immediately after,
I didn't know he declined you the first time.
Yeah. He said, and it wasn't that he didn't want to do it. It was more so that like, he's out of practice and he didn't really want to like let me down or anything like that. Like he didn't want to do that to me. He wasn't really confident that he would be in shape, so he declined the first time. So I was like, all right, cool. I didn't expect him to, so that's fine.
That's interesting.
Immediately after, I asked Idom, and this is where the story gets a little weird.
It always gets weird when it gets to Idom.
This is Postman Idom, right? This is Postman Idom.
Yeah, the Postman, yeah.
Postman, yeah.
Yeah. So I asked Idom, and I was like, hey, Endemic is gonna have a team this year for SFL. He didn't say yes or no. He didn't say I'm interested. He was just kind of like, he had a response, but it was more so like, he's like, yeah, they haven't told me anything for Street Fighter League yet. And that was his response. And I
so it wasn't, yes, I'm going to join. No, I'm not going to join.
No. So
that just sounds like such an Idom thing to do.
Yeah.
I don't know any other way to put it.
I let him know of the dates at least. So like, if he's not on our team, I want him to, and
to
it's
be
not to my
involved in some way.
Yeah, it's not to my benefit, but he missed Street Fighter League last year, so I was like, at the very least, I want to give you this information so that you can at least find a team. If not with us, like I want him to be a part of it because it's not US Street Fighter. If like one of the best is not a part of it, it don't feel real, and I got left on red. So
let's go skip past that.
Oh, wow.
So first he just gave you an unclear response. Then you message him again, and he just leaves you on red.
Yeah.
So wait, let me get this clear. This is one of the world's best players in the world. Let this be clear to people at home. This is one of the world's best players. Like literally powering off his boy. Like literally I'm not answering him about one of the biggest leagues in the world, by the way, for Street Fighter. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, for me, the context clues, it was a very clear no. Like, I the only way he wasn't telling me no was like, the only way he could have told me more is to say, no, I'm not joining. So I let that be for a while. So we moved on and we were like, okay, I would really like, we looked at like the list. Long story short, skipping forward like a month or two after they
Damn,
told us.
it was a process.
Yeah, skipping forward a month or two.
Well, from what I've heard, this stuff takes a while. Just not in general with sorry, not just with Street Fighter, just in general. So like, of course, you're gonna be waiting a while.
Yeah.
We're running out of time, So
Yeah, it's a process. So skipping forward, nobody. I got no teammates. So I asked Dual Kevin actually. And at first he was down, but then he was like, "Nah, I'm not feeling it." I was kind of back to square one. But I was complaining that night. I was just complaining nonstop, bro. I was like, bro, I got no teams. It was affecting my play, bro. Like I was holding.
So you gave him the sub story.
Yeah, no, I was, bro. It was affecting my play. I was just venting, bro. Like after that, the next morning, I was complaining, bro. I think I complained to just about everybody. I was like, bro, this is a stressful process. I don't think I like this whole captain thing. So the next morning, I guess he had some time to think about it. He just hit me. Dude hit me up in the morning. He's like, yeah, I can do it. It's like, if you want, you know what I'm saying? Like he said, if you trust that I can get back into shape in time, you know, say I'll do it. And I was like, bro, I said this before. I'm like, in a perfect world, you were my first choice for sure. I don't, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I trust your skill level. You know what I'm saying? I hold your skill in very high regard, even over players that have been playing this whole time. Like, his skill level is just that high that I believe, and you know what I'm saying? I'm not worried that you won't be prepared. Like, I've seen the way you've prepared.
You've seen how he gets down with it.
Yeah. So okay. So Du was my first official member. So, and
you already got a monster team at that point.
Yeah. So, but notice that I said the word official. So this is where the story gets weird, and we're gonna return to Idom because that's where the weird part of the story is.
It wouldn't be a weird story without Idom.
Of course not. That's the postman. He always delivers.
I want to see an Idom DM, bro. Yo, look up Idom Mailman on YouTube if you don't know what we're talking about. But I want Idom to show us one DM, like him just shooting at a girl. But go ahead, Sean, continue.
So after a while, I heard obviously the grapevine, because we all, you know, all of us players, we talk to each other, right? So we know what teams are forming and what's going on, or a lot of us do. So I heard through the grapevine, Idom has been rejecting teams because he said, "Oh, I'm teaming with Endemic," and
This was without your knowledge.
This is without my knowledge. So I immediately, I am confused, brother. You can imagine that I am confused. I'm like, bro, ain't no way that's right. And then I was confused. I'm like, so dude kind of like messaged him again, and you know, he kind of like fished a little bit, like asking like, yo, what team are you? He's like, do you have a team yet? And he's like, he messaged him back. He's like, I thought I was teaming with Shine. I was like, so it was straight from his mouth. I was confused. I'm like, he was on Team Endemic before I knew he was on Team Endemic. It's his team now, or
so he put himself on Team Endemic.
Yeah, it was
you didn't know. Team owner ain't know.
Yeah, I knew. Nah, it was Team Exa. It was his team at that point. Yeah, so I was confused. And you know, he was in the middle of a tournament, so I just watched him. I watched him, you know, smoke art or whatever. And I called him right after. I was like, because this is something we gotta talk about. I don't know.
Yeah, because it's like serious.
Yeah, I called him and I was like, my first question was like, Idom, are we on the same team? I called him. I'm like, yo, Idom, are we on the same team? And he's like, I guess. I was like, what?
Do you know when you said that, I could picture him literally going,
Yep, yeah, you know exactly what he's talking about. Yep.
It was exactly like that. So I was like, all right. So like, are you cool with this? Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, just confirming so that we can, like, you know, get everything in order and everything. And you know, we were able to confirm that he would be playing on Team Endemic. So that's how that got settled. Or I guess Idom settled it himself. That was his decision.
That's wild, bro. When you the champ, I guess you can do that.
Yeah, you just
can do whatever you want.
It's wild how just like par for the course that is for Idom, bro. You remember you was a part of that season Street Fighter League along with me and everything. You remember Idom actually goes to Street Fighter League the first season, and his backup, he didn't have a secondary character because he was the only person in all of Street Fighter League that did not know that there were character bans.
He did not read the rules, and he did not.
Wait.
He got.
Are you serious?
Yes. The reason you saw him play that trash birdie is because he's the only player who did not know there were character bans until he got there.
Do you know what? Idom, if you watch this interview when it comes out, don't ever change. Please do not change. I need you to stay the way you are. This is brilliant. What these two are telling me right now is absolute gourmet.
That's wild. Yeah, that's actually wild, bro. So, all right, now that we got the Street Fighter League and everything, Sean, something that I'm very interested in asking you is, what are your goals when it comes to Street Fighter? Of course, Street Fighter 6 is coming out now and everything. You are so relaxed and calm. You're such a nice, smiley gentleman that I don't understand. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, what are your goals? Do you specifically just want to become the best player in the world, or is it something else?
So I think for me, is to win like a very very high profile event. For me, I think that's like the immediate goal, and unfortunately, it tends to escape me a lot. So for me, I think that the longer it goes on, the more that I want to win, and not just that, but to conquer my mental as well. I think I have like a lot of issues with that too, and I think that like conquering something that seems very unobtainable at times to me, it's become more so not about achieving the moment, but more so about me kind of conquering a personal issue that I have with myself and like my mentality towards it. So I think that's like my main goal, to like, I think, become that competitor that I know that I am. I think a lot of things when it comes to fighting games definitely apply to real life. And I think the most obvious that most people agree with is just taking personal accountability, pretty much.
Man, that's real.
Yeah.
That's real.
It's very real. Yeah.
I got to ask you this question. How does it feel removing one of your biggest problems competitively and putting it on your team? Because you've been actually having good results playing Street Fighter amongst the tournaments you've been in the US. You've only really been losing to IDOM. Now he's on your team. Have you have this resurgence of confidence or this extra bit of confidence because one of your biggest problems in that regular tournament environment is now alongside you? And as you know, team tournaments, an entirely different story. So you could have your best time playing Street Fighter yet.
For me, I thought about that too, and I'm like, man, I won't have a chance to smoke IDOM. So
damn.
So, but there's no other way to put it. IDOM is amazing. Like, as a player, he's actually amazing. So, you kind of want to match that, right? Like, you want to take some of the load off his shoulders. So for me, it ends up being a little bit more pressure. Like, there's a standard to live up to, and I think that doesn't help me thinking about it. But it's really the reality. That's how it feels when he's on the team. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have to deal with him, but I have to deal with how I'm thinking about his skill level. So
yeah. All right, Sean, appreciate you coming on, Brody. And hopefully, IDOM actually responds in the endemic group chats.
Well, yo, thanks for having me, Rob. I really do appreciate it. Peace out, man.
Later, Brody. Always a pleasure talking to Shine. And if you want to be like Shine, if you want to try to get sponsored, try to get on Street Fighter League and things like that, the whole nine, head over to CapcomProTour.com today so you can start your own journey and sign up for your nearest Capcom Pro Tour event.
And it doesn't stop there, ladies and gentlemen. It's not only CPT Online that are happening. There is the World Warrior program happening, and there's going to be tournaments happening monthly from July. That's been starting all the way throughout December. So head on over to Capcom Pro Tour, find out your respective regions World Warrior, and find out when the next one is. Get signing up and get competing, and we'll see you at the finals. We've taken enough of your time. You know what we're here for. Riekemann versus Phenom, the Nordic Baltic top 8 is about to commence. I tell you what, get comfortable, because a player might surprise you. Let's see what happens.
If I go too far, please forgive me.
My name is Seth. Bow down for my sight. It's time for trial. Show me everything. Download.
This will do.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. We thank you first and foremost, Street Fighter V fans. We have ourselves another top 8 for you today. My name is Vicious, here with Ultra David, specifically for the Nordic Baltic region. We are one step closer to crowning another person into the big dance, the Capcom Cup. Everybody has been gearing up and ready to go for this event for quite some time. We finally get ourselves a cup. More importantly, we see everybody now participating in something brand new, the World Warrior events that have been talked about for so long with no neutral throughout the entirety of the year. And it's been so fun to see some of these communities come together to get some of these points, all right? On top of getting that auto qualifier spot for today, they're still trying to grind out all of these points month after month after month.
You do have more chances than just this one, but this is an important one. And if you want to get this instant qualification, today is the day to do it. We have 8 folks remaining who are still able to make that happen. We have a couple of guys who have done it in the past. Most recently, last year, it was Rickamans Barnett who took it in this region. Of course, Phenom has been there in the past. We have other folks who have been in that conversation in this region as well, who have made the top 8s, even the top 5s, even the top 4s in this region, who are back again on the CPT top 8. We have folks from different countries. We have Norway represented, Finland's here, Sweden is here. A bunch of heavy hitters all throughout the region.
And I'm glad you mentioned the top 4 because these guys are playing for not only a chance at the big dance, but let's say you cut it just a little bit short, maybe second, third, or fourth. Well, guess what? You still get money in your pocket, right? Because there's $5,000 on the line at each and every one of these CPTs, which is a pretty good amount of cash considering you get to play for free at the comfort of your own home and hopefully away from severe weather.
I guess we'll see if that happens. Yeah, exactly right. That's what they're looking at. And as far as who we have here remaining in this top 8, it was decided yesterday in our top 16. Now in this top 8 in these 3 out of 5 matches. Starting off on the winner's side from Norway, we have Phenom versus from Finland, Dr. Gulag. We're expecting that to be anything like a Luke maybe, but also maybe he told us Karen or Nikali or Dictator, who even knows. Dr. Gulag, probably Laura. There's a Poison on deck as well. And then on the other side of winners from Finland, we have Yonzai, who got 4th in the last CPT playing Dictator. He took out Rickamans Barnett in the top 16, so pretty strong. You know who else was pretty strong, though, was Torpon, who took out Veggie even before the top 16 began. Expecting this to be something like Dictator versus Luke, probably, although we're also told that there's a Karen as well on deck for Torpon.
And it's funny enough, you know, Yonzai was in the same exact position as he was in the last year's CBT. Same goes for Veggie, right? Going up against Kung Martin, Veggie was in this exact spot as well in losers round 1. He ended up falling a little bit short in losers quarterfinals. Hopefully he gets to rewrite history today. But Kung Martin, again, with that Ken play, thus far has been pretty entertaining to watch. I do want to see him in more of like a stable kind of fighting style today, really. I think, you know, there was a little bit of nerves from his winner's play. He sharpened it up over on loser side, so I can't wait to see which version of Kung Martin shows up today. Rickamans Barnett, however, going up against Maiko's Birdie. Rickamans Barnett fell just a little bit short. Now, in comparison to their run last year, they were sent into losers from winners finals by Phenom 3-0. This time, Rickamans Barnett is going to be going in from the pool of Sharks with this losers run. Can they make it, however, is going to be the big question, and can they survive up until grand finals? But there's still so much talent to even go through, right? Dr. Gulag now making it from the winner's side. Yonzai, again, same exact position. People we haven't seen, personally I haven't seen in comparison to what was top 8 last year. Torpon, Kung Martin, and Maiko.
That's right, that's right. And to round it off, when we're talking about the characters here, talked about what we're looking at on winner's side. Loser side, we have 2 birdies.
That's right.
It's a Birdie versus a Ken and a Birdie versus a Manat. Those are the matchups that we are expecting. Look, when we talk about the characters on deck here, we're always talking about a lot of character diversity in Street Fighter V at this point. But it's also not uncommon to have a repeat of a character or 2. Luke is a common one, right? We've seen that before,
Very
of course.
common.
And that is something that we may see in winner's side. But when it comes to the other repeat here, it's probably Birdie. And that may not be, you know, something that is common in all places. But Birdie is still a strong character. We're seeing him do work, not just in Europe among these players here, but in North America, we're seeing Birdie still do work. So it certainly is a state of the game where you can use almost whatever character you're into. And what I love about this region in particular is that we have players with very different views on how to approach this character idea. You have Phenom, who's just out there playing whatever character is good. You know,
As he should,
whatever he likes.
He knows.
I'm not saying anything bad about that at all. Please understand. But then you also have folks who are just like, look, I really like this character, and I'm going to make it work. And that's Vegi's an example of that. Rikamat's Barnett's an example of that with Menat. Menat is not a common character at this point. The only people still playing Menat are super good with Menat.
I still only think it's Sakonoko.
Like I
genuinely think there's no one else that's like piloting this character except for like Rickerman's Barnett and Sakonoko. No
like
disrespect to everybody else. But
under 5 people for sure.
Yeah, it's a very high skill ceiling. I
Yeah.
don't even think Goichi plays this character anymore, but who knows?
No. But I just think that shows that in this region we have not only strong players, but players who think about the games differently, and that's always a treat to watch as well.
Right. So with that in mind, we take a look at our first game, Phenom versus Dr. Gulag. Phenom's been doing pretty well for himself, but Dr. Gulag, again, that's your boy.
That's my boy.
He
out
even
there.
actually clipped that moment. I don't know if you saw it on social
of course
media.
I saw it.
Man, this guy's
The
pretty
practicing lawyer out there in Finland. Nice work. Taking a day off here on the weekend to just all of a sudden being a top Street Fighter V player. Can you imagine combining those two at the same time? What
That's
a life.
pretty difficult. Pretty difficult.
What a life.
You got to be a special individual to be able to do that. Let's take a look at that individual's quote going up against Phenom for our top 8. Dang. He needs Luke. He needs Luke. I get it. It's moose hunting season. He needs Luke.
He needs Luke, huh?
I feel like there's got to be some sort of like sing-songy way of saying it. I hope I did it justice. I tried, man.
Phenom has been at the Apex before with like half a dozen characters at this point.
Yeah, needless to say, he doesn't need Luke. He
Yes,
doesn't.
that's where I'm headed
But,
here.
you know,
Yes.
Dr. Gulag trying to play the mental warfare game. What you don't understand about Phenom is that he's been in this stage before, like in and out of like multiple years of being on the high ends of CPT. Heck, even on like E-League or like even Evo stages
for
as
so
well.
long at this point, you saw his age there. He's still a young man, but he's
26,
but he's
professional Street Fighter 5 player.
But it's already been most of a decade that he's been at the apex of fighting games, not just in his region, but again, across the world. So he just is one of those players who has picked it up quickly, always picks up things quickly.
Yeah.
Speaking of quick, fantastic reactions, knows where to be almost at all times.
Yeah.
Just one of the best players in the world.
He picks and chooses his spots for neutral pretty well.
Absolutely.
I mean, like when you play sort of characters that revolve around like single hit confirms into max damage, like you have to make those hits count.
And in terms of recent stuff, Phenom has been dominating in the World Warrior events in this region. He's won all 3 of them so far.
man.
And in doing so, he actually took down Dr. Gulag 3-0 in the first of those. And speaking of the first, we're into the first match here on the Street Fighter Duel stage.
And as you can see, as you may or may not know, I should say, in that top 8, it's going to be 3 out of 5 every single match through. So there are a lot of adaptations to make. Phenom started things off pretty strong, as expected from Luke.
He put himself in a spot where with that gray life he would have killed with the grab. So Gulag's defense. You know, what's amazing about this is that although that was a blow up and a perfect, I still think that there was some good defense by Dr. Gulag. It's just that Phenom was so overpowering that ultimately he couldn't last.
And there was one sequence in particular where Phenom was kind of showing that card as like, you know, I'm willing to seal turns. He did back medium punch, then he did a delayed heavy punch too. So Gulag is definitely trying to pay attention to those moments. But as it stands right now, I know he said he needs Luke, but Dr. Gulag, he needs a hit.
Yeah. Maybe he needs Luke. Oh, are you serious about the positioning that Phenom was at?
I can't believe
Come
it.
on.
And you get so much mileage off of these crouching jabs too. It's actually kind of it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. A couple of sand blaster, a single sand blaster, I should say, to keep Dr. Gulag in check.
Phenom desperate to get away there, looking for activation. Activation does come. Right.
He pressed the button to check the dash afterwards.
Right. Here's Gulag.
Gulag.
Uh-oh.
Not
One
quite
more.
stunned. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Thermal Barrack's gonna juggle. Oh, that's so unfortunate for Dr. Gulag. To be fair, that was one correct guess from Phenom. That was actually a guess for game for either
that's
side.
Absolutely right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, even if you are losing in neutral for a while, you can certainly still make the snowball happen on the comeback. And It was almost there for Dr. Gulag. It was almost there. Very close. But that stability from Phenom is something to look for him. What I love about him defensively is that at the same time, he's willing to take risks, and yet they feel like they come out in his favor very frequently.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think there's plenty of instances where, at least these early stages of the game, he tries to be as risk averse as possible. But now he's just being sneaky. He's like, he's changing it up. He's being a lot more aggressive rather than picking some of these spots we were talking about with like medios. He is actually swinging with haymakers. Look at that.
Yeah, he is playing this a little differently. Backing off here. Gulag. Now, by getting hit, he's got that red bar.
Plus range after that.
Yes. Gulag scheme.
That's
oh boy.
unfortunate.
Yeah, he really wanted that to be out there.
Yeah, one of the biggest things that we kind of notice in regards to like how Laura plays or how Laura players want to play is they kind of try to layer their offense with Thunderclap first and then go in.
Sure.
But Phenom has done a great job of just deterring that moment from even happening by either like backdashing twice over and then throwing like a crouching jab just in case a Laura wants to like follow through with a free skill or something.
We've seen this before. Phenom's here.
Close to stun.
Yeah, NEDs.
Oh, you're actually gonna get the stun anyway. Wow. Can you load up? Yeah, if he's still one, charge up the flash up though. You won't have enough meter. Yeah.
Oh, such a safety first option right there. That is such a smart thing to close out a round with. There's just nothing else to be done if you are Laura than to try to tech that grab. Backdash, V-shift, I suppose, but you know, nothing that is instantly going to be a threat of death for Phenom. And that it's just a very, again, stable way to close it out.
Yeah, he's definitely making you buckle up for safety. That is for sure, because he's taking you for a ride more often than not in that corner. There's just been so much to deal with, man. Gulag getting his moment at offense. All right, a couple of sandblasts. Okay, so again, being at this range, he's not going to be in real threat of Thunderclap, I feel like. So
yeah,
Dr. Gulag, I feel like, needs to close it up a little bit more.
He is scheming for that corner. He's almost there.
And it's not too bad. Took a couple sandblasts to the face.
Yeah.
But look at how close he is in lifesteal.
This is, as the grappler, now you got the corner, you would absolutely spend the life to get there. But he's out just like that.
You know, I'm picking his spots with the lights again. I thought that was going to be a frame trap coming in from the Gulag. Ooh-wee. There we go. Phenom now reluctant to press the button. Excellent V-reversal. Oh, that's huge. Is that the first? Oh!
Hold on. Okay.
Thank goodness.
Phenom tried still a bit of a turn. Okay.
If he woke up with, like, rising upper. Yes, rising upper.
Yeah.
And he lost that, I would have felt so bad for the Gulag. Oh, no. Confirmed from the X slow. There it is. That's actually just a punish. Going through. Yeah.
Right? Oh,
I love that decision. Uh-oh. Back medium punch. Still leaves you super plus. Ooh.
Nicely spaced. Just
Oh,
like
whip.
that, Phenom's out of there. Right back into where he wants to be. Gulag fully stocked on everything. I don't know if he'll get the chance. This is it. And then thinking about what happened at the end of the previous game, after that crouching jab, he went for the throw tech. That's what Phenom wanted before. But of course, Phenom varied it here and puts himself at match point.
Clap EX. Watch out for the escape option. Yeah, Gulag was actually not overextending, which is really impressive because, you know, most of the time people would want to jump that. Thunderclap is just going to be pushing so far, and this is the Gulag now. EX, Sunset Wheel.
Ooh, early.
Yeah, Phenom's been picking all the right buttons. Oh, what was, I don't know.
Jump around, have to try to move her hurt box around, but just not going to cut it there. Phenom was at the right spot.
Ooh. Catch up. No. Let's throw. Yeah, not in time for any other button. Maybe roundhouse. You have to guess 3 times in a row. Make it 4. That's a good guess, and that's a good bet. If you're Laura, what a tech from Phenom. That could have been a big back throw for Dr. Gulag to shift it all around. That was a big confirm for death as well.
Yes. Phenom's been so good with that. Only missed twice, I think. And there it is. That might have been actually the first jump in a neutral situation like that Gulag went for the whole set. And who was ready for it? Phenom, of course, to close things out. Luke for him. Does he need it? I'm not sure. But having picked it, he looks terrifying.
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say it to his face, too.
Oh,
like, you know what?
dang.
Phenom, You're a bully.
Dang.
You need Luke. I'm totally kidding. He's a buddy. I'm not even going to do that. I'm not even going to run. But no, fantastic play. Like, no matter who he plays, I feel like even if it was Karen, I think that would still be a very similar game plan.
Yeah,
He's
man.
fishing with a lot of mediums. Low medium kick also going to be the big opener for like Tenko, Orochi, etc. He's still fishing with the same kind of medium punches. He's not going to get the same kind of presence on offense with like a throw per se, but it's pretty similar.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I don't think. I think it was just a matter of the way he plays. His understanding of the game, his game sense of like what his opponents want to do in the corner, and just went to pepper in some of these normals. Like crouching jab has landed more often than not in places where I feel like should have been counter hit.
That's Phenom. He's just so, again, as we talked about before, the match even started. He's just so good at finding exactly the right spot. I'm thinking back to when he was sitting just outside of where Thunderclap range ended, like pixels outside of it. I mean, I don't know if I want to ascribe that to like an affirmative choice by him so much, because you are kind of like stuck when that thing's approaching you. The push, the box on it that forces you to block is actually really wide, really long. But maybe he was thinking even before that to be at the right spot. Like in any case, he's just so good at ending up at the right spot very consistently.
Yeah. I mean, even outside of that, there were a few instances. I think there was 2 instances where he opted to just like give up some of that spacing and jump back. So he's being risk averse about it as well.
Yep.
So like even if he's not in that space, he has the good game sense to be like, all right, well, I'm going to jump back just in case. I want to try to take as minimal damage as possible if I end up committing to like a counter poke. And he would even backdash twice over.
He V-shifted a couple times in neutral to get out of situations, even preemptively,
yeah,
right?
that's true.
So
yeah.
he was all about not being up close when it was on Laura's terms, and hey, again,
He did call that, yeah.
the stability, great stuff by Phenom. So he moves on into winners finals.
Yes, sir. A very similar spot he was in last year. Too.
Exactly
He
right.
went all the way through to grand finals from the winner's side, if I'm not mistaken.
He's been in situations like this many times, as we have been discussing. So he hangs out there. We have now to decide who he'll meet in winners finals. It's going to be between Yonzai and Torpon.
Torpon, who's had a very fantastic showing thus far, putting Veggie into the loser's side on the way over as well. Yonzai taking down Rickerman's Barnett. So this is, we kind of touched upon this the other day as well, where with the appropriate seeding, we could have seen Rickerman's versus Veggie, but that's not the case. Yonzai, again, with repeat results, really. We're going to see what the code is for Torpon going into it.
Torpon says, comfortable in the Bison matchup. However, Yonzai seems extremely solid. This makes me think back to Torpon's quote of the previous day, which was just, I'm confident. He just was feeling good. And he was very, very to the point, and very much the same right here. Of course, on his way into this position, he took down Veggie. That was early in the tournament. That was actually pre-top 16.
Yeah.
He then beat Kajis to get into this position that he's in. When we saw him play, he looked very strong. Again, it was a first to 2 in order to get into this position, so we didn't get that much of a chance to see in that top 16 matchup as what we had eyes on. But what we saw was just very solid play, very not taking risks style of play, very patient, was willing to be slow on the approach.
Yeah. You know what I think
classically
of?
strong stuff when it comes to how to play this character.
When I think of certain things like that, I think a couple of things. Are they comfortable with this character, really? But I feel like over time, we got to see that.
Yeah.
But second of all, I think it was him still trying to test out Jury, playing against Jury. So the fact that the player has that understanding is like, all right, well, I don't want to be as risky or play as offensively if I don't know how this character works or how this person pilots this character. So I'm gonna, hedge my bets.
Pretty good start for him though, as he whiff punished the Psycho Axe to get into the corner.
It leads me to my next point. It's like, what happens when he's playing against a matchup where he's really familiar with, right? He talked about that earlier. He's like, I'm comfortable with the Bison matchup.
Yeah.
I want to be able to pilot this character to max potential without any sort of regards, or any sort of regrets.
Yonzai doing a great job at the block confirms earlier on those slides.
And I love that decision. On the side of Torpon, still within time to actually get a rising uppercut? You got to be kidding me. I thought it was going to be still in block stun. Man, let the Sandblasters talk. Pocket sand, it always works. Outside of range, checking the dash with the Psycho Crusher. Super smart from Yonzai.
Hey. Okay, just like that, Yonzai has the point. Oh, he could take it. And one more hit if it's the right one. But instead, as Torpon Yonzai froze up a little bit, expecting really that Torpon would take his turn normally, and instead Torpon waltzed up for the grab.
And within that range, I think, you know, like heavy punch into like Inferno would have definitely killed. So that, you were right. One correct touch would have been it. All right. That's a great spot to actually charge Flash Knuckle.
Yeah, man. Good work. Yonzai can get in for plus frames. Torpon expected the grab.
Man, there's a lot of meter usage to reclaim some of that space, but more importantly, the chip damage as well in the Grey Life. Again, just finding some of these moments to scissor kick. I'm waiting for Torpon to utilize this neutral jump as a way to kind of like deter Yonzai from throwing some of these scissor kicks. It happens in this part of the stage. All right, now he's going to be fine. He's good chilling. The big interruption from the standing light kick. I love the button press from Yonzai, the decisions.
Yeah, even defensively right there. The V reversal to get away after seeing that blast. Plus frame heavy blast. Hey man, you gotta make it happen.
I like that.
Yonzai may be identifying that one of his ways to win here is to be unpredictable. Because the way that Torpon plays is, predictable is not the right word, but just not taking risks.
Yeah.
And Yonzai giving him some really different looks right there in that round.
Torpon playing extremely grounded.
Yeah,
is what it is.
Has he done a jump?
Nope. And I think, yeah, Yonzai, once he sniffed that out, he started abusing more of the scissor kicks. It's like, what? You can't really like react to it on startup. You can whiff punish it, sure, but Yonzai's always been in the right place at the right time.
Right. Misconfirm right there, unfortunately for Yonzai. Torpon takes his opportunity to get in here. Right.
There's the first jump. Comes out of there. But I think that's fine with Torpon. You're forcing Yonzai to kind of flex some of this meter to get out of the corner. And now the trigger. I feel like with the amount of life you have, you wouldn't mind taking any sort of mix-ups from V-Trigger 2. Like, you don't really care about it. It just gives you V-Gauge, gives you meter, etc. It's not going to be a big risk to your match.
Okay. Yonzai scheming that bomb. Here we go. Yes. What a catch.
And now what? Look at you. Torpon, fully stocked trigger. You get to dictate the pace. You still have a life lead. So again, not too bad taking all that damage from V-Trigger 2. I think Yonzai put him closer at like maybe death's door, but Torpon again has to find that win condition.
Back to very grounded play here for Torpon. 25 on the clock. Very close still, even after this grab. It's close. It's very doable to get for Yonzai. Oh, running out of time now, though. Running out of life now, though. Right?
I love that decision.
Too close. Too close. Looking for max range on it was Yonzai, and Torpon had walked forward just a little bit right before that. But it still continues to be very, very grounded play. There were, I think, 3 jumps now in total from Torpon, but they haven't really been the kind of jumps that you were identifying as a possibility of neutral jumps to try to blow up something like slide or scissors. Instead, they were him trying to move forward and get in. In that neutral jump, in that neutral game position, he's been very grounded, very patient, throwing some fireballs. He's waited for whiff punishes.
Yeah, I think primarily it's been the latter. He's been waiting for a lot of whiff punishes and just moving in and out of ranges. But the Sand Blaster, I think being unpredictable with that is a pretty huge deal against someone like Bison. Just making him think twice about the approach.
Interesting.
A little reluctancy to sit in this corner from Torpon, right?
Yeah, and that was when he had no red meter for this. So if that situation comes up again, wow, I'm interested to see how he'll handle it.
That's a good point. Yeah, we'll see. I don't think we've seen him really utilize the Thermal Barret in quite some time.
No, the V meter usage is to get knockdowns. It's to get the opponent away. Again.
It is. It truly is. Even that. Yeah, I mean, like he's not going to be able to build it anymore.
Well, when he didn't have the V meter, again, the Dragon Punch comes out. So that may be the choice for him here.
Uh-oh.
It's going to be Bison's turn. What a choice!
Oh, you're dead. That was enhanced V skill Flash Knuckle. That was just unfortunate walk back from Yonzai. Creating that space, becoming vulnerable to the low medium kick. I thought he
did too, but I guess it was just the version of the Sand Blaster that doesn't go very far. That's hilarious.
I love this from Torpon too. Even after that Flash Knuckle sequence, he opts to go for the adventure to just keep the pressure going instead of reloading on V-Skill 1. I think it's pretty important being able to pepper on a couple of these plus frame scenarios and force Yonzai guessing, but the jump back jab, at least Yonzai is very alert with the jumping. We see that.
There was that whiff punish spot. Torpon
Again.
aiming for the corner. Here's Yonsei.
That was mad far. I think it was like max.
We've seen so much of blocking for view reversal that I'm not surprised to see Yonsei now default to more to grab. What a block!
Oof.
Frames
Frames
again. Yes, again, yeah, if you see somebody really looking for...
Oh, that's huge!
Explode. EX is here, it's not enough!
And he's looking for the throw bait. Yonsei is pretty much one touch to kill Torpon, but so is Torpon now! Thermal Barrack is going to be a bigger threat than anything Bison's going to have, I think. He doesn't even have meter to hand stop past it on startup.
No.
So he's not going to be projectile invul. He has to legit sit here for 20 seconds.
That's actually fine, I think. Well, no, never mind. If that's true, then Torpon will take the game because he's already up one round.
True.
So in fact, Yonsei, even on the same life, is down right now. With 9 seconds left, he's got to get a hit. He absolutely has to get a hit.
Has to be a wish and a prayer.
Or the game is over.
2, and he was waiting for it. Torpon, again, as solid as he's been in the ground game, no doubt about it, he was going to sniff out any of your dashes.
Yeah, that is a slow dash, although there are some invul frames in it. It does actually take a longer time than many of the dashes in the game. So Torpon, we've seen that he has the reactions for that kind of check.
Yeah.
But defensively, as this goes on, again, you can really see his defense is about blocking and view reversaling, and if he doesn't have view reversal, then Dragon Punch has come out like 2 out of the 4 times. That's been an option, something like that. So that defensive variety hasn't really been there. I'm looking for Yonsei to exploit.
Couple of knees. The jump out is successful, and the side switch, more importantly, that was huge for Torpon.
Just built the bar.
Yonsei trying to get out of there. A ton of Grey Life building up. You would think Torpon was the one playing Bison with all that Grey Life.
Right, and that has been a feature of how this has been going because there have been so many view reversals. Yonsei close to getting his trigger. There it is. Oh boy! The invul frames, and then didn't get the activation.
Does find the slide. Does find the slide again.
Yeah, he's really looking for grabs now because he is, as I was talking about, looking for a block.
Oh my god, this is huge for Yonsei. Are we going to see the run back? Are we going to see a full-on sweep like we did with Rickman's Barnett in top 16? Maybe he's looking like sealing it. Yeah, he sure does, and builds a good amount of bar to carry over for the next round. That was a very, very solid Yonsei match, or Yonsei round. But I will say, it was looking a little dicey. As soon as Torpon got out of the corner, we didn't see a lot of pressure from the roof. Man, he still hasn't utilized any neutral jumps to kind of show
that hasn't been his choice.
that he's willing to, like, you know, bet on like catching the scissor kick on the way down. He's going to cycle axe again. It's been a super grounded match between these two. Ooh, yes.
A break is the choice. Yonsei with the life lead. Oh, Torpon! Great whiff punish. All of a sudden being... Uh-oh! Oh, that was okay. Okay. Max range for it. Here's Yonsei. When he has the 2 bars ready, the red bars, the slides come out. Yes.
He's caught Torpon pretty much walking into all of these slides thus far.
They've been great.
I think that's 4 in a row in this match.
There was the neutral jump!
5. I thought it was going to be a thing.
EXTV!
Oh my lord.
Again, he's got one more red bar, and
backdash.
yes, surprising to see in that situation. Match point now for Torpon.
Very surprised to see any sort of movement from Yonsei backwards. That wasn't blocked. Like,
Right.
I don't know if it was going to be like a setup towards like maybe utilizing like something EX, but he didn't even have bar for it. So I'm curious on the decision making behind that. Torpon with throw, you know it. Roundhouse? No, he's keeping it ambiguous.
Okay, great. Even on block, that was maybe a 3rd screen pushback. That was huge.
We'll take that. Man, just finding all of these hits. Torpon is pretty much one sequence away, and he gets it via the throw bait. Torpon with a dominant 3-0. That's 3-0 already? Come on, man.
That was 3-0.
These Luke players don't know how to slow down. Enjoy life.
No, nice work. Nice work by Torpon.
He's going to be in 6. Relax, man. Why are you guys rushing? No, I'm totally kidding. But
Speeding into that winners finals matchup versus Phenom.
absolutely, I gotta say, man, Torpon's ground control without even having to utilize, neutral jump as like a classic strategy against
Yeah.
Bison is it's pretty impressive to say, because most of the time he was taking so much chip damage, so much gray life, it didn't phase him. It didn't phase him. In fact, if anything, it helped him taking all that damage, right? Considering how many V reversals he got, how often he got to cash out on it, because think about it, he pushes back on V reversal, lands a Sand Blaster, who'd had the better exchange overall, right?
I'm a little surprised to see at how some of the defense. Yeah, that was.
See what I'm saying?
Right. Sure. Yeah. In that round that Yonsei did win in this game, he really read exactly what the defensive choices were for Torpon. Again, defaulting to blocking, then V reversaling, and if no V meter, a Dragon Punch. He read that very well for a while, and then I think he thought that Torpon was going to switch things up in the next round or so.
It's gonna come.
Right,
It's gonna
right.
happen.
Which is something to reasonably expect, but that didn't happen. Torpon maybe was waiting to see if that was something consistent across a game. After all, he was already up 2-0 at that point, so maybe in his mind he didn't need to make big changes. And I think that he was right ultimately about that. And that was a huge reason for why Torpon ended up moving forward. Congrats to him. Yeah, you're right. I think the biggest thing was about the neutral game. Whiff punishing was there. That was great. His pressure was there. But then that defensive choice of V-reversaling and getting Yonsei away from him very often, very frequently, huge as well.
Would have loved to see that kind of adaptation sooner rather than later. That is for sure.
Sure.
From the side of I gotta say, like from either side, actually, I wanted to see like anything go past that initial strategy of just like playing it out in the ground game. I want to see a little bit more like wild neutral jumps and catching some of the scissor kicks as well.
You would have wanted to have seen it sooner.
Absolutely, just that adaptation to be pretty much on point.
I've always hoped that thing has come soon.
Do you?
I've always hoped that thing has come soon. When things are coming soon, for me, that's the most exciting time. When they're here, What I'm interested in is what's coming soon. And one thing that is coming soon, of course, is going to be the Capcom authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel, which is available for download now in China. But the global version, as you know, is coming soon. Fight along with Ryu, Chun-Li, and Ken against the Suzaku Castle, further into the Shadowloo City, explore the mysterious organization, experience the classic stories with all of your fighters, and recall your memories of the original Street Fighter. Your Street Legend is now back on track. Various fighting styles and counter, stun, combo, and super, an impressive array of fighting elements and the associative combos offer you a new battle experience challenging your combat skill. The epic legend is reborn on mobile. Baby will be reborn on mobile soon. Download Street Fighter Duel now/soon and let's fight for each other and join the journey with millions of players to become the best fighter. When?
Pretty soon.
Pretty soon.
Not gonna lie. So I did flub up the names as I was getting ready for my segue, right? I was thinking Yonsei, Torpon, and then I was gonna mix it up. I was gonna say Yonpon and Torzai. I actually messed that up in my head. But I will make sure to get those names going forward because, again, these guys have been participating in the World Warrior events, especially for the Salt Mine Leagues, where you'll see these names more often than not, and you'll be very familiar with them. One of them being Phenom, who's currently placed first as well, just to kind of remind you folks. Veggie in second, Rickman's Barnett in third, and Dr. Gulag in fourth. Again, you got to get familiar with some of these names because, actually, no, it wasn't Rickman's, my bad. It was Valix. Put some respect on his name with the Chun-Li. But again, there's so many events to look forward to, right? With these 26 different regions, we are going to have 26 regional champions. And that pretty much leads us into the Capcom Cup. For more information as to how to sign up, when to sign up, and which regions are open to you, CapcomProTour.com is all you need to know. In fact, if you're just a spectator, you can check out all the events as well and where to find them, either on YouTube, on Twitch, in fact, at Capcom Fighters, if you will, over on Twitter as well.
Capcom Fighters, that's where we are. We're on twitch.tv/Capcom Fighters right now, and we on that channel, as you've seen, have made it through the winners side of things here on the top 8 in round number 1. We are now going to take a short break. We'll be back with losers round 1 after this.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those
When you go looking for strength, it's not like a game. This journey doesn't have a real ending. Okay then, hope you're ready to begin. If you want to start off on the right foot in this city, hit the streets.
Yeah, hey there, I do this. Never fear losing. And when I get up in the game, y'all be improved. A real problem, but I solve them all facts proof. And if you think I'm going forward, then you talking fool. Yeah, y'all wanna win, let me spin, boy. Or dunks aside, I'm super fly like I'm hanging off the rim, boy. I've been winning for my kinfolk. And I put on for my city from the intro. Fight! It started from the ground up, training getting wound up, channeling your inner self and moving up and down, crossing over, passing around, for no time to clock and keep score. Years I never thought it crossed before. When I get tired on my knees, I got it digging it deep. I feel like I'm on the road, it really has got me. Since I went the way, no goodbyes, if you just let again. Somebody that's scheming, riding around and dreaming. Once I get the feeling, the top player is here.
Let me have some fun.
Ready? Then show me.
This will be a good fight.
If you wanna come and stand up to me, you look for me now. If you wanna challenge, tell me what you wanna call me now. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back.
This is our destiny.
My secret arts should Street Fighter 6.
If I go too far, please forgive me.
My name is Seth. Bow down for my cycle. It's time for trap. Show me everything. Download.
This will do.
See what I'm really made of. I'll settle this. It's the end. Let's go. The finale. You can't escape.
We're back. Looking at the CPT in the Nordic and Baltic regions. We've made it through round one of Winner's Side. As you just saw, you saw it, you were here, you know that. You don't need me to tell you that now we're headed down to the loser's side, but we are. My name's Ultra David, here with Vicious.
Yeah, you know, we've seen a pretty explosive winner side. I thought it was going to be down to the wire, at least for one of the matches. But to be honest, too, the way that it went out, I can't even say it for the first set, really. I was going to say Dr. Gulag did have some shining moments. I wanted to say, you know, the numbers don't exactly tell the tale of the tape. But I feel like that was the case for Yonzai versus Torpon. However, we still have plenty of loser side to go, right? As we take a look at the bracket. If we can pull it up, right? Let's see if we can pull some production magic. Yeah! Nice work, everybody. Veggie versus Kung Martin is what we're expecting in our first match. Veggie pretty much second place currently in the World Warrior Series. I think in this time last year, again, I had mentioned it, he was stopped a little short over the quarterfinals. He's looking to at least surpass Kung Martin, at least surpass Yonzai to have a better standing. But as it stands right now, you have the Ken player who's starting to find his confidence match after match, right? Coming from a shaky start from his performance in Winners Top 16, now finding a lot more grounded play from the loser side.
Yeah, Veggie is somebody, as you mentioned, who's got a lot of history here. You talked about his World Warrior performance so far. You talked about his last CPT. But he's been traveling and doing well all across the world for a long time. In fact, just this year at EVO, he got 49th. And out of a player base of a couple thousand or whatever it was this year, that is impressive. Very, very impressive. But yeah, he's somebody who you can count on to do very well. He was sent to losers early by Torpon, who it turns out in winners finals. So maybe in retrospect, that looks a little different, right? To lose to the fellow who ended up in winners finals is nothing to be too upset about. Veggie there. And as for Kung Martin, relatively on the come up. In fact, let's hear from Veggie about the matchup coming up. Birdie versus Ken is in Ken's favor now, but I face Kung often in ranked, and I'm happy that it's a best of 5. I hope that can let me play more calm. He's an interesting up-and-coming player from Sweden. I hope I can stay calmer than yesterday if I want to go far. Right, referencing the fact that, again, he's in loser side. We did not have eyes on the matchup that he had versus Torpon. Can't really say how it went. Maybe in his estimation, part of why that he ended up getting the loss there was that he wasn't calm enough. But I'm interested in this because he does talk about a little bit here that Kung Martin's an up-and-coming player. You know, we have been looking through results. We always try to do the research, try to do our homework on this thing. And as far as Kung Martin goes, I saw some results, but, you know, the biggest thing that I saw maybe was 33rd in CPT 2021. I saw some locals since then, but as far as other big events on FG Combo, there's not a lot yet recorded. So I think it's really cool that Kung Martin is in this position. As far as what he had to say, he said unsurprising results for top 16. As for myself, I was a bit on the lucky side with my matchups. Veggie's birdie is going to be a huge problem for me. Need to step up my footsies and patience in neutral. Both of them are kind of identifying similar things here. They both want to try to maintain a feeling of calm, a feeling of being prepared, and of, in that neutral play, looking for more sort of strong, stable play. We'll see which one can make it happen.
I like the unstable play. I'll be real honest.
It's fun.
I want to play devil's advocate here. What happens when you have an unruly Ken against somebody as, like, grounded as Veggie's birdie? What happens then? Do you tilt him? Like, I feel like he was talking about, like, nerves and being calm, trying to be calmer than yesterday. So does that mean he has a lower threshold for mental gymnastics that Ken can present?
Hey, maybe we'll find out.
Let me see it, Kung Martin.
Veggie holding on to a spot. We're trying to win him, and Kung Martin suddenly bursts out.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Listen, I'm a fan of Veggie's, right? But I want to see him overcome this mental hurdle.
Okay. Trigger 2's out. A lot of damage on deck now. You can see this. Oh, boy, this is big.
There he is. Yeah.
That range right there is so important for Birdie, where he can outrange what Ken wants to do, and in particular with Trigger 2, deal a ton of damage out of it. So Ken.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. You know how often Kung Martin tried to go for that in the previous match we've seen? He had dropped a couple. He just did jump roundhouse. Oh, you could have chased that down with
it. It could have. It would have been sick. No doubt. No doubt. Oh, no. No. You guys, what were we talking about before the match started?
Oh,
no,
there it is again.
He wanted the air dive kick. You guys. Easier said than done, everybody. If you're watching at home and you're like, oh, I would be fine in CPT top 8.
I'm choking it up too, man.
Yeah, come on.
That's me on the screen now. Kung Martin, you are channeling your inner vicious, but keep your hair. But as it stands right now, again, Kung Martin and Veggie, for that matter, both having some significant troubles.
Yeah.
In regards to what the mind wants and what the body executes.
Kung Martin trying to be outside of that birdie range. Okay.
Spend it.
Yes.
Yeah. Totally agree with this. You do get Oki after this. What happens? Oh!
Oh, but he misses. And then tries to force it a little too much against Birdie with the great crouching strong. Veggie was there for the reaction. And Veggie knows anything's going to do it. Yeah, catching Kung Martin trying to walk back. You gotta say, for Kung Martin, there were some moments in both rounds where it was more doable than what we saw actually come out. He had the hit there on that Tatsu into getting the business started with Trigger. He had the corner for a little while. He had it in round number 1. He had the chance to punish Birdie big time for the error in the end of round number 1, and just none of those did he get. Now, last time, as you referenced, in the top 16, at the beginning when we saw him, he looked shaky, he looked nervous. By the end of that day, he of course qualified for the top 8, looking really strong, so hopefully he can settle down here.
And you see him also kind of fishing with crouching heavy punch as a bait tool, a buffer tool, which is pretty uncommon. I actually like that idea to catch maybe like some of the heavier normals, maybe interact with a stand heavy punch in a funky manner. But more often than not, that is a high recovery move. You're looking to get whiff punish instead for your troubles, but now Veggie, again, playing in a more compact spot. A lot of the mediums are landing back to this heavy zone. Yeah, he gets to hold it as well, testing the reaction of Kung Martin, but it's just the boiling point, not going to be reached. Hits him with the bubblegum. No, nothing actually. Just a point to move forward with.
Yes. A shield to hide behind. Veggie now at a minimum, looking for the closer, one of the classic closers in this game. Crouching jab from Birdie.
He's begging Kung Martin to walk into the range of low medium kick, but instead it is by the jump.
You gotta say, Veggie's doing a great job at playing the kind of cautious game that I think he identified that he needed.
Yeah, I think he got all the nerves out of the way in the first round.
I mean, end of round 1, I think it was. Bad news. Since then, he's really been settled down.
I think had that gone in Kung Martin's way, I think Veggie would be playing a different type of very to this point. Nothing behind the crouching heavy punch. He actually just throws it to throw it.
Yeah, how about that? Yeah. We did see him whip punish against the jury last time.
Oh!
Looked for a little bigger.
That could have been a pretty significant whip punish. Oh, speaking of whip punishes, Veggie utilizing that standing medium punch at the perfect range.
I would have thought that Ken can do like Fierce DP when he blocks stand Fierce kind of close-ish situation that we've seen several times so far.
Not the charged one, though. I don't think the charged one. Gives a little bit of difference.
Oh! Man pressed Fierce and then crouching jab, expecting Kung Martin to move in. That was so good from Veggie.
It makes sense. Technically, that's a spacing trap, right?
Sure, yeah. I mean, well, if you expect the opponent to bring out something slow, right? If you're looking for them to dash in, or if you're looking for them to press a heavy button, okay.
I would see that more. Like, yeah, again, you're buffering it either way.
Minus 6 on block is that Fierce, right?
100%.
So you're stealing a 10-frame gap, I guess.
Yeah. What about charged, by the way?
It's still minus 6.
No way! I thought it was different.
Yeah, so did I.
Sucks.
That's why I looked it up just now. To be honest,
rough.
It still is minus 6.
That's actually pretty rough. I'm not gonna lie. I understand men RD's gripes a little bit more.
Ooh! Veggie was ready. Kung Martin continues to look for something to get started with. And unfortunately, when he has had those hits, here's a chance. Here's a chance. No, you didn't even get the sentence out, friend.
A little bit of nerves.
The nerves, yeah.
Watch out for the throw. Throw will do it.
Because, like, clearly the strength is there. Clearly the skill is there. He knows what to do. He's not getting it. You got to feel for him on that.
It's in your hands now, brother.
Right.
That was sick.
Right.
Veggie was like he was waiting for that to happen. Kung Martin again showing off that card that he was jumping around. He had done like a jump medium kick earlier, just completely missed the mark. Opted to do it again, but Veggie again, he was just waiting in the waters.
As we've seen so many times. Okay, Kung Martin.
There we go.
Look, if playing calmly and stably, no. Oh, it's going to be a tough one for him to look back on and think it's going to be a tough one.
Oh, and that's a lot of damage. This is going to lead to a guess for game scenario, if I'm not mistaken. You get to dash up and potentially command grab for game.
There was Wake Up Tatsu here last time, nothing.
Even closer to that win condition. Veggie just one medium or a heavy button away. Oh, that's huge.
Okay, gotta make it count.
There we go. That's huge damage and huge corner carry.
Oh. He was very light on the pressure.
Yeah, peppering in that back medium punch, you still could have gone into the target combo and fireball regardless. Like, you're spending a little bit of that trigger, but you're still keeping yourself at advantageous positioning. So again, Kung Martin, again, if you're listening, you had the right ideas for sure.
Oh, of course, yeah.
I think there's just nerves pretty much came into play. You had a crush counter and then a stand jab follow-up. You could definitely tell there's a lot of nerves behind it. But Veggie, again, if to be honest with you, had Kung Martin walked away with the first round, we would have seen a completely different score, I think.
It's very possible. That was a swing moment where both of them were fumbling a little bit. And if you can recover in that situation and get the W, you're right. From a mental perspective, easy to continue that, right? Kind of a snowball. Okay, whew, I settled down enough to take that W. Good. Now I'm settled down. But if you lose it, it can have exactly the opposite effect. And that may have been what happened to Kung Martin there, unfortunately. Yeah, again, you can see the strength. You can see there's good stuff there. Veggie said, up-and-coming player. I can absolutely see that. Absolutely see that. And sometimes, for a player who is on the come-up, what it takes to get over that hump is to have a loss in a situation like this.
Sure.
Where you got to start thinking about how to settle yourself down and get back to how you play. If you're just playing on ranked, in your pajamas, hanging out, you know, you got your kitty cat or your puppy nearby, you got your pillows that you're resting on. I'm just describing myself.
Yeah,
but
you are. I was like, oh,
I realized halfway through. But no, that is a very different mindset than playing in a top 8 at CPT. And even if you are doing exactly the same things, you're playing against the same people, you play against on ranked, as Veggie talked about, it just has a different feeling. And hopefully he can make that recovery, and in the future we'll see more from him. That's my hope.
I feel like getting yourself in that comfort zone more often is going to be helping you throughout your CPT no matter what. I feel like, if you have a comfortable pillow, if you have the pets hanging out, like, well, I'm going to treat it like ranked again. I'm just like, oh.
Some people do that, right? Some people want to have that same experience.
Yeah.
Other people have more of a feeling of, I need to be in serious mode. And that may be having literally a different physically sitting arrangement.
Oh, it's a 15-degree forward.
Right. Seriously, some people, it just depends on the person, right? Some people want to have that feeling of, this is something normal I do every day. And other people want to have the feeling of, this is a different situation and I got to get into the right mindset and physical space for that.
It does get a little
Depends on the
nerve-wracking
person.
too, yeah. It does. It really does depend on the person. What's going to be pretty interesting to see as we move on to the next pairing. Rickemans Barnett versus Michael. Hey, Rickemans, how'd you get down here? How did that happen?
How did that happen? How did the player who won the CPT last time and who is currently has gotten second place in the last 2 World Warriors, how did he get down here? Well, he lost to Yonzai. And, of course, we saw Yonzai play earlier, unfortunately for him, lose to Torpon. But Rickemans Barnett now has quite a road to take in order to end up taking this thing. If he's going to do it again, it's going to be a long road, man. But his opponent here is Maiko, who lost to Ixion. In winner's side had to be Cooley, M16, Kajius as well.
That's right. Yeah, so had to take down a Chun-Li on the way over here. We did see Maiko utilize numerous dolphin dives. That was actually pretty fun to watch.
Sure did.
Let's take a look at the quotes going into it with these 2 players, or at least one of them. That is, Rickemans Barnett says, "I've played Veggie a ton in the matchup, and I'm very confident in it being Minot favored. But the Finnish boys, Yonzai, already surprised me once, so I'm not letting my guard down."
That's right. He's got a Finnish opponent again here, hopping across the Gulf of Bothnia between Sweden and Finland. As far as what Maiko has to say, it is a little different. He's taking a little different tact on this. Here's his quote. Quote, "Gonna be real. Just put all your money on Rickemans Barnett."
Oh, man.
Come on, man. Come on.
So that he could, like, put money on himself, right? Is that the play?
Yeah, you think he's... Okay,
That'd be cool.
all right.
That'd be pretty cool.
Let's do it.
That makes sense. I like that. I like that idea a lot. And like, put it all on Rickemans so I can take it.
Right, yeah. He also said, as far as his fact about himself, Street Fighter V was my first fighting game I started to actually learn to play. But yeah, look, again, I am hoping that he comes into this with that as a joke and a little bit more... You know, being in here, I want to see the competition. I want to see the competitive side.
Yeah, don't give it to him for free.
No. Rickemans Barnett is a great player. You know, I understand thinking like, okay, I'm the underdog. But it's not going to be free. I hope it won't be free.
Yeah, I think thus far we've seen nothing but 3 O's, right?
Correct. That's all we got so far.
I don't want that. I want to see a couple more games of Street Fighter, at least a couple more, huh?
That would be sick. Great block right there after he did the jump in. Maiko, however, caught in the corner.
Oh, that's the first time we've seen it whiff! It does whiff.
It can whiff.
That's wild.
Maiko about to get that trigger.
Yeah, and I think he's still doing a great job
There it
of not taking too much damage.
As soon as he got it, oh, I thought he was going to be bringing it out. No, not quite.
So did Rickman, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so.
That was super smart. There it is. Watch out for the recall.
It's still there. Oh, man. If it had hit during the armor part.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I don't think you're going to still get a continuation, but now, after that opener, Rickman's Barnett, all he needs to do is finish it up. Yeah, it doesn't even need a critical art. I think, yeah, any bar usage, if that didn't kill, would have been just fine. Luckily for Rickman's, full critical art on deck still. Maiko, not a bad job. Oh,
Hang the chain. Oh, what a spacing to do that at.
That's actually a really scary spot, too, considering, you know, Birdie can play in a compact way. I think within light range could get... Oh, that's huge! Watch out for the recall. Yeah. About that orb. On the way over. And we can see the confidence.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. But that's it. I don't think that Maiko... Oh, I was about to talk him up a little bit. The jump early fierce. Uh-oh. Yeah.
Oh, is that late?
I assume that's... Oh, no, it wasn't reversal. It wasn't reversal.
We'll take 50%.
Oh, boy.
Oh, but he had it. Rickman had actually jumped out, hence the reset. But Maiko committed to the tip grab.
Got it. Well, yeah, it's just going to be a tough spot. Overhead or low was the guess. And Rikumat's Barnet guessed low. He was right. Previously, he had guessed overhead. He was right there. Great offense by Rikumat's Barnet. That said, I don't get the sense that Maiko is giving that up for free. I liked a lot of what we saw out of him, but, you know, ultimately, Rikumat's Barnet, great awareness, great pressure, even in the neutral game. I'm thinking back to the risk that he took on the recall for that one orb that was like within Birdie fierce range, but he just was sure that he was at the right spot to do it.
There was a couple moments where Rickman had actually recalled in front of Birdie's face, despite the orb being so far away. That could have been punished with like a stand short, stand medium punch, any of the lights really, into or the mediums. Okay, well, standing medium to be specific. Let's not get carried away. My bad. My bad. My bad. Oof. Oof. Oh, we love these moments when Maiko actually gets some of the openings with EX.
The response to putting the orb out, I really like when the can's on the way.
Oh, that's going to be huge. No, the orb's going to be in front of him, actually. Just outside of the explosion radius.
Oh, boy. He may build super on this.
I don't think it's a main.
Yeah, I think it's going to happen as long as the combo is true. Oh,
he
no!
dropped.
Yeah, the drop the medium.
Was that a spacing thing?
I'm not here to tell you I know how
Because
her
I think,
combos.
like, frame data wise, he still should be able to get that low medium.
I would think so, but I don't know.
Oh. Maybe he was banking on that. He's like, you know, I'm going to pretend I dropped it and then go for a throw. Oof. And I love that. I don't know if that was preemptive or not, or him reacting to the jump, but that standing medium punch just covers so much distance. Oh, what did you grab something?
It was command grab, but he wanted crouching strong for sure.
Makes sense. Or did he? Are we going to see a bust out with EX? Probably not yet. Another command grab within range, using that short as a measuring tool. There's the EX. No punish. That's great for Maiko. Oh, but it's so scary. Look at this orb. Watch out now. The blast radius still within range. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No anti-air. Oh.
Well, blocking actually gave Rikumat's Barnet trigger. Yep, here we go.
Away. Can't do that.
Rikumat's Barnet had accounted for everything. 2-0 for him. Looking good.
Yeah.
He got second at the last World Warrior. He got second at the one before that. He got first place at Assembly Summer. He got first place at Brussels Challenge Online. And again, he got first place at CPT 2021 for the region as well.
Against Phenom, by the way.
Phenom in the
Falling
grand
short
finals.
0-3 in winner's side, and then resetting the bracket in grand finals, and then going ham after. Actually, reverse. Yeah, got the 3-0 in the reset. But I will say for Maiko though, I think there was like, you know, shades of potential in there, utilizing some of the EXs, catching Rickman's off guard. I think we're starting to see some of the weaknesses, like, you know, some of the delayed normals that Rickman wants to press. I think Maiko can take advantage of that on wake up, but he has to get to that position first.
Right.
Or that situation first. Oh, here we go.
Taking that risk a couple of times. Oftentimes there's not going to be a huge punish out of this character, unless she's got everything ready to go. Okay, here's Maiko.
Oh, how did you know?
Oh, this is one of those situations where he's got everything ready to go. Oh, man.
Reset.
Super. Oh, it wasn't quite that. Yeah.
Can?
Yeah, and instantly with that orb.
Oh! That was actually fortunate for Rickmans to just kind of land on the can.
Again, the orb on response to the can consistently. Here, can he get the super? Not quite. But it all works out for Rickmans Barnett, who now is at match point.
I couldn't even tell if that was the orb hitting Michael on the way back or if it was actually an exchange of the anti-air. That's tricky. But either way you spin it, Michael is now down again against Rickmans Barnett. Looking at match point, no conversion. From the side of Rickmans, could have been a big critical out opportunity. That is a huge crush. We haven't seen that thus far.
No.
Again, just stopping the armor against Michael. He's utilized that forward heavy punch a lot. 1 out of 3 thus far, but no big punish from Rickmans. Just a jump in, and this is going to be huge. Drop City, what's happening?
Command grab with the attention underneath the jump medium kick.
1 for 4. Do we count those if it's not EX?
I don't know.
1 for 3 then.
But yeah, as you said, Michael has not really been punished bad for most of those. Again, try to Rickman's super ready. He's buffering.
You know exactly what he's doing.
He's looking for the super.
You know what he's doing.
Don't give him an easy activation on it. Okay. But not instant pressure there either. Here we go. Just like that. Rickmans Barnett's going to seal the deal. 3 games to 0 against Maiko, eliminating Maiko from the tournament. Well, I think you could really see that Rickmans Barnett knew exactly what to do in many, many of those situations. Clearly, lots of practice against Veggie, as he said that he had just very quick on a lot of the responses. Very quick in jumping away against the EX Dolphin dives. Maybe tough for him not to get a credible punish in those situations, but like he wasn't getting hit by that stuff. He also was very quickly responding to Can by putting the orb out on the other side to make Birdie uncomfortable about moving. It's a great choice.
Yeah.
Did a great job at knowing exactly what the offensive setups were with his trigger. Just, again, clearly very, very good when it comes to knowledge of the matchup.
Overall, I think the movement and defensive choices that Rickmans Barnett also attributed to that success, right? Even in the corner when he was trapped. I think making the right decision to jump is a very difficult one sometimes because Birdie has a really, really great solid bunch of normals that'll keep you grounded for really fat damage. But Rickmans 2 times over had made good calls against like a light meaty. No, actually, no, it wasn't even like medium time, really. It was like a tick throw, and then also a command grab as well, a couple of times over in the corner. We've seen that kind of happen in their matchup in top 16, where he predicted Yonzai going for like a command grab and V-Trigger 2 Bison. But other than that, I think, you know, maneuvering past the can was pretty important as well, utilizing that mummy drill kick as soon as he found out, like, well, Michael's not going to be moving because my orb is here. I'm going to take advantage of that in the later stages of this game and initiate my offense again, which he got caught by in like towards the tail end of that round, actually, a couple rounds over. So very good stuff from Rickmans Barnett overall, utilizing that movement.
So his reward will be playing against Dr. Gulag in the next round. You can see the matchup on the other side of things, RVA Yonzai versus Ovegi. That's what we're looking at. We have our final 6 so far lined up. And we'll get to the next round when?
Pretty soon.
Pretty soon?
Yeah, pretty soon. Just about as soon as the Capcom authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel is now available for download in China, with a global version coming soon. That's right. The epic legend is reborn on mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel now and let's fight for each other and join the journey with millions of players to become the best fighter. Listen, man, I've been wanting to get my hands on this game for a while. My wallet's been ready for any sort of gacha that comes their way, or at least within the game itself. Really excited to see it.
Well, you will soon. As far as what to expect soon on the CPT, we're actually going to be going on a break for a couple of weeks. But when we return, we'll have the Asia region. Registration for that actually opens up tomorrow. Tournament will be on October 15th. Head on over to Capcom Pro Tour for more information. You can see exactly what's going on. As far as after that, we will have the EU West on October 22nd. So those are the next 2 coming up. You can see the US SFL 2022 logo up there as well. That will start on Friday, October the 7th.
Yeah, man.
So from Capcom Fighters on the old Twitch, YouTubes, etc., that's what to expect looking forward. If you're in the Asia or EU West regions, come on, let's play some Street Fighter. Come on. Come on. Come on. Let's do it.
We're going to be expecting a lot more of that A lot more Street Fighter V action, especially from this particular region. Only 6 players remaining. Still the top 2 prospects. Actually, the top 3 prospects are still in the running. That is Phenom, Rickemans, Barnett, as well as Veggie. Technically, you could say Yonzai as well because of his performance from last season.
Hey, man.
But we're going to see how it turns out, right? We're going to get that elimination process sooner rather than later, and it'll be after this break.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned defeat. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are Street Fighters.
You call, I answer. Pushing you on the scene. Man, come on, I'm ready to go. Calculated. We do this all day, every day! Huey! Remix time! Woohoo! Here we go! Get on! Yes! Now, repeat! Ninja! Star! Sniper! Make way for the Ninja Star! Time to play. You gonna keep me waiting, babe? Such a lovely face. Stop, kid. You're killing me here. And only one of us is allowed to do the killing.
Raised by the savages, know you couldn't handle this. Everyone who battled me, they falling like an avalanche. Got them falling back to back, take them all just hand in hand. Y'all going home, so better pack your bags. I'm a heavy hitter, come take a sip of this potion. It float like a butterfly, I'm floating like the ocean. Battle cries of music to my ears, I'm the composer. Y'all can never hurt me, got you wilting like the roses.
we got ourselves a pretty big handful of top players going into the Nordic Baltic region, and it's the players you did expect, not even just with the kind of inclinations from the no-neutral guys, Rob TV and Brian F. Actually, the Jammers, technically.
Was.
But I will say there are some pretty big names out here that are doing some work as well. Torpon being one of them, as we take a look at the bracket, right? Phenom had made his way through against Dr. Gulag, 3-0. Torpon did the exact same thing against Yonsei, 3-0. Down below, Veggie repeating the results from the winner's side, 3-0. Rickman's Barnett also doing the same as well. It's been a bunch of donuts against the threes. But as it stands right now, Phenom versus Torpon in the winners finals. Yonsei versus Veggie is a big one. Dr. Gulag, Rickman's Barnett, just as big in terms of the character profiles,
Sure.
or the player profiles, I should say, and the character matchups itself.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, Yonsei, again, he's been in situations like this before. He got 4th last year, he got 5th recent World Warrior, the last couple, number 2, I should say. So he's been in moments like this for sure. And Veggie, as we've talked about, has been all over the world, doing well, all over the place for a long time at this point. And he looked great in that last match. If his concern was staying calm, looking at his picture while saying staying
That's
calm, it just
impossible.
doesn't
I
make
feel like
any
he needs
sense.
to harness that aggressive energy.
But if he thinks he needs to stay calm, he absolutely did that in that last match after the first round. He really settled down and played, I think, really what he wanted to do. So great way for him to come into here. Yonsei coming into here kind of on the opposite side of things. We saw how it went versus Torpon in the match where he got sent down. So not a great way to come into this match. But, you know, I'm sure he's going to be coming back and thinking strongly about that. I'm sure there's a lot of experience between these two. We got Norway for Veggie, Finland for Yonsei coming up to play here. We're looking for Dictator versus Birdie.
Yeah, and this is one of the matches I was kind of alluding to as to why it's going to be so exciting. We've seen how grounded Yonsei can be with that Bison. We've seen Yonsei take down the number 1 seed, Rickman's Barnett. Well, technically it was Phenom, but the former champion, right? And then just get completely demolished 3-0 against Torpon in regards to that ground game. I don't know if it's like a Luke mental block, but now I want to see like how it's going to play off against a character that he's been familiar with since like season 1. Right? Birdie is going to be the choice from Veggie. Same could be said the other way around. Pretty much used to this character for Veggie, Birdie versus Bison, but there's going to be a lot of grounded play, and I want to know exactly how it's going to differ for Yonsei, or if it's going to be a different matter for Veggie instead.
First to 3 starting now.
We're at the Taiyo holding stage? Yo, okay, we're back in Street Fighter League Japan.
Sick.
That's cool. That's awesome. Oof.
Ooh. Wow, okay. That was a cool little spacing trap. Down forward Pierce in his stand strong. Hunting for that stun.
He is aggressive, David.
Yeah.
Is this like a comfort factor? Is he not as scared as Ken or as Bison as he was with Ken?
Maybe. He did talk about how he was a little worried about Ken. Oh, here's that news.
You know
We had
what I'm
identified as
saying?
something that Torpon never brought out. Ultimately didn't need to bring out, but Veggie in round 1 already making it known.
Oh,
Can we talk about how that was like on the same frame that Veggie did up back and Yonsei did sweep?
You know what it was? It's because he walked closer into the sweep range. David.
Right? You're absolutely right about that.
Yeah, scissor kick. Start things off. Veggie utilizing that armor. Yonsei didn't have the meats. Using the bubblegum shield. That just sounds disgusting.
Fierce into fierce, man. I always love people take up space like that.
Yeah, that's a lot, actually. There's so much chip damage involved as well. Which is the exact opposite of what Yonsei was doing. There's a lot of scissor kicks. What, 3 scissors? You can't be running around the hall with scissors. Come on, man.
Uh-oh.
Up close and personal. Here comes Veggie.
Saving some of that trigger.
The backdash is there. Against Yonsei's call out for the throw.
Yeah, that was the safest option for Yonsei to go with. So Veggie knew it. Backed off. He needs 1 hit to even it up. And to get Oki as well.
That's going to come from trigger, right?
Oh yeah, that's what he's hoping for at least. Yonsei hoping not to let that even happen.
He is fishing, sir. He is putting out the bait.
Oh, he hasn't pressed the button in 5 seconds. Yonsei hanging out.
Okay.
Oh, he backdash? That was an option.
Oh!
Nice. Yonsei in the last 20 seconds He did press a couple of buttons, but it was very clearly a stay away at all costs strategy. And he was absolutely made it work out. Did backdash? That was cool. I gotta check that out.
Yeah, to go past the chain. I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't know that interaction happened because I thought there was a hitbox at the end of the chain.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, no, for sure.
I don't understand why it would even whiff.
That was triggered, right? Or was it regular special move chain? No, I'll go back.
That
to
was
this later.
trigger.
Yeah, that's what
I'm
I thought.
pretty certain it was trigger.
Yeah.
Are we tripping?
I'm gonna check it out later.
Are we old?
Well, that's for sure.
Okay.
Way too close on the sweep, Veggie.
I don't
Your
know.
age, by the way.
Veggie's my age?
Yeah.
I didn't realize. I thought it was 35. Come on. Anyway,
Those are the same age. When you're my
Listen.
age, those are the same age.
it's not the same. It's like saying standing heavy punch is the same as Psycho Act and Bison. In fact, they yield two different types of properties.
Unbelievable. Yonzai back again. Oh, in and out. Hard to know where he's going to go next. Here he goes. Confirm.
Still has command grab available, and Veggie's going to be waiting it out. That's totally fine.
Well, think back to those great neutral jumps that Veggie had over slide, over the scissors as well. I bet Yonzai is not going to give in to that stuff easily, but Veggie's trying to be outside of slide or scissors as well right now. He wants to whip punish.
Eventually it's going to come. If Bison gets too close to the corner, there's going to be a scissor kick. Yo, the amount of risk in that, Veggie could have just whiff punished it.
Gave up on super. Uh-oh. 15 on the clock now. Veggie's running out of time. Running out of time. 10. He's got a character who can still make the hits happen, but he needs to make it happen right now.
Oh, boy.
Is that enough? It might be enough. Veggie, no!
No! He had to go for a hit!
No!
Couldn't he have gone for a hit?
I think maybe. I think he
he
could
could've
have just
gone for
done
like
the
a
zonk
hit.
or something, but I don't know, man. I'm not going to tell you I know all the combos for Birdie, but unfortunate for him that
Even like
the
a
chain
crouching
was
heavy
just
punch,
too
I think,
long.
for like a reset or something. I don't know.
Ooh, that is killer. That is killer. Oh, man. Well, look, Veggie talked about how he feels he needs to maintain the calmness. And this is now a moment of almost urgent calm, if that makes sense. After that happening, he's got to settle it down. But, boy, it has only pumped him up.
That moment is past. He has to embrace what he's feeling now, and he has to go. He has to go, to be honest with you.
Oh, he's making it happen.
We talk about the calm before the storm. It's the storm time. It is storm time, David.
Wow. It is storming out there in Norway right now.
It probably is.
Yeah.
Is it?
I don't know. It's still September.
I feel like you're the only American that's not like geographically challenged or like unaware of how climates work in other regions. I genuinely feel that way.
I know where Oslo is.
I don't even know. I didn't know that was a place.
Well, that is a place.
I am the challenge.
I know where Helsinki is too.
That I know.
Okay, good work. Good work.
Here we go. A lot of sister kicks just chipping away in.
Well, we haven't seen the neutral jump in the same way. We did see the backdash, of course, in the last round, but in this round right now, Yonzai is able to avoid that stuff.
And to be fair, in the moments where Yonzai is blatantly charging, like you see the walk back movement or sitting down, Veggie is moving within that space. So he's pretty much asking to get scissor kicked at that point. Oof.
Can Bison not punish? I feel like that. I don't know. I'll look that up.
I thought he could.
-2, and Yonzai is taking his turn. And he, again, backs off. We've seen this strategy from him now multiple times, where when he's got the life lead, and at about 40 seconds, he is hanging out. Nothing happening.
That's fine.
Oh, absolutely.
Look at how much
Especially when that
speeder he
trigger
goes
2 is
up
on the
on
other
this.
side.
Yeah. He gets to build resources. He's hanging out. He's having a good time, enjoying his pina colada. His lackeys are watching in the stage. You know, it's cool. It's a nice good time.
Famous Finnish pina colada.
For some reason, I thought that was Seth in the background. It's just Vega. It's Vega, Fong, and Bison. Or sorry, and Balrog. Excuse me. Same thing. Mike Bison. Can I still say that?
I'm not sure. That's up to you.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
So Yonzai, again, with that strategy of really staying away for a lot of times, of course, did stab in with sleep, but he had the trigger 2 just in case, after all. Caging against Veggie right now.
Yeah, caging is definitely the right word for it. Again,
Look at this.
Having the right scissors.
He could stab in at any time. There it is. And then backs off right to the same spot. He's got the strategy right now, no doubt.
Oh, that's perfect. That is excellent reaction from the side of Veggie. You know what's funny? That was actually like the first thing we've seen off of the showcase from V-Ship, like what you could actually do to like punish certain things. call from Veggie, and that's a headache. For Yonzai overhead? No, sir. It's a throw instead. Yeah, he's banking on catching Yonzai block the time. Bless you, sir. Allergic to scissors. Oh, Jesus. The double hammer fist off that Fierce. So far away, and that's something we didn't get to see too often. I feel like it's been a lot of close quarters for both players. More scissors than anything, rather than rock.
It's a very interesting match. Yeah, I really like this. The choice of when to attack in, when to stab in, and when to kind of move away has been huge between both of them. That is to say, on Bison's side, when does he do scissors? When does he do slide? When does he move forward? And on Birdie's side, when does he move out of those ranges? That's been a huge part of this match so far. See Veggie thinking about, yeah, exactly.
There it is!
Again, yeah,
That
he,
was
he,
so
was, he
good.
just started to move away just right before that. Perfectly timed and spaced.
He kind of teased the idea too. Oh, God. Who's going to clean that up later? Bubblegum on dirt? I don't know how that interaction... Is that carpet, actually? I don't even know.
It's pretty hard to get out of, so.
That's got to be suede, right? Oh, it's not. Never mind. It looks like clay. Anyways. Ooh.
Again, jumping right over. So again, that's a huge part of this match.
Checking the movement as well. Oh, that's going to be huge for Yonzai. Now gets to contain him in the corner. No, sir.
Hey.
Oh, just shy. No whip punish, but still skip to my lead down below.
Well, Veggie made some big reads on when to move just outside of Yonzai's ranges and get the whiff punish, get the jump, all that sort of stuff is huge. Just
I love that.
one boot versus glowing scissors. One little boot.
Against two. No shin guards from the side of Bison, so I feel like, you know, a lot easier to contest. Dashing up now. Full critical art, by the way, on Veggie's behalf.
Yeah, he's looking for the confirm.
Again, yeah, it caught David off so badly. He did not even know that jump was coming. The fact that Veggie made that right call against the scissors made David lose his mind. He imploded, actually. But moving on into it again, Yonzai now getting the quarter position. He's alive. He's back. Are you okay?
I'll be all right. Got to think about super on that side. No, is it stun? Surely. Okay. So Yonzai's gonna need a little more. Yeah. Still there.
Oh, he caught the scissors on startup. You saw it. You saw him glowing. But Veggie's still at the deficit.
Veggie tried to press a button there. Wow, interesting. So Yonzai, again, in one of these modes where he knows he only needs one more hit. He's got that huge life lead. Yeah, and we've seen before, he's willing to hang out for 20 seconds and do nothing. So I get why Veggie would try to stab forward like that, but Yonzai's idea right there to take up space with scissors is perfect.
As it stands right now, pretty much dead even in the resources down below.
It's such a deliberate match. I really enjoy this so far.
Oh. Oh boy.
Hard to confirm that one hit.
And there's so much purpose in regards to like the movement from both ends, right? You see Yonzai pretty much trying to keep himself within space to have chip damage more often than trying to prioritize like plus frames or anything. He's been getting so much damage off these scissors.
It's been
He doesn't
huge.
need anything else, right? But Veggie, however, he's been trying to call that out more often than not. There it is. Yeah, that's a great tool. Now he's starting to use Rock against Scissor. Who would have thought Rock beat Scissor?
I don't know, does it?
I mean, right now it's deterring him from using it.
There's that slide. Again, he has trigger 2 just in case. Yonzai tried to move away. Okay.
Hey.
That makes sense, having seen how much he's taking the risks.
Oh, that could have been a huge punish from the side of Yonzai, but just missed the opportunity.
Trigger 2 out for Veggie.
What do you do now? It's Yonzai. Oh, just at the wrong place at the wrong time. Veggie overextending. That is definitely a severe overextension of trying to get that sweep. That wasn't even like within range to like hit max distance. You were just leaving yourself vulnerable at that point.
Maybe the same thing that we talked about before, where he feels he needs to remain calm to win, is something that came back right there. And this is the kind of match that really tests that need. If you feel you need to maintain calm, this is about the slog of maintaining calmness, right? This is an extended match where each round goes almost to the very end, where you got to be calm the whole time.
I agree. I totally agree.
Not easy.
You gotta play as if there's no life bars on the top of the screen sometimes.
Right.
Just focusing on the moment, focusing on the characters. Get your spacing down pat. Get ready to react.
I don't know if you've seen a jump forward by Veggie. Oh my god, come on. Come on. Come on.
I think we just saw it.
I think we did.
Headache City. Get the talent already. Another one. Do it again. Oh, this is all Veggie. You could see when he's emotionally charged in regards to the way he performs in certain matchups. Like, there was 2 back-to-back rounds where he was pretty much explosive round 1.
Yeah. He's certainly had series where he dominates. It's been tough for him to get that consistently.
Again, he needs to harness that energy, man. Forget about being calm.
Maybe you're right.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
Well, of course, you can be calm and be aggressive, right? I think it's just about how you're thinking about things.
That's fair. I'm no philosophizer, but that's fair. That's not a real word. Don't worry about that.
This is English. You can make up words. People know what you mean.
Things get added to Webster.
Got to be able to do something
every day.
about it. Yeah, that's true.
I feel like it's been the biggest challenge, right? Scissor kick has been within range majority of the time from Yonzai. And I can't tell whose fault it is. Is it Yonzai making that space happen? He's giving up charge for it? Or is it Veggie running into it?
That's a good question. Okay, here's going to be Yonzai's turn, and he takes it.
Classic case of who done it.
Only the sweep, but it's enough to give Yonzai the noticeable life lead. And enough maybe to make him play this style of slow pace? No, not quite.
Again. Back to back. Watch out for that grab. Oh, I don't even know what that was.
If you really want something. Okay, so the trigger's out. Well, so is the life bar. So again, we go to one of these games. That is the slog. They are just slogging through the mud. Match point now for RVA Yonzai.
How many of these scissors have made contact with Veggie thus far?
Yeah.
I genuinely want to know. Hit or block. Look at this.
The chip damage has been a huge part of the damage Yonzai's done.
On top of that, it just gives you more meter to utilize maybe EX and then
Sure.
apply pressure.
Oh, yeah.
Right here. See what I'm saying?
And then he built like a fifth of a bar like right after that.
Yeah. Granted, he does have the life deficit, but it's like,
Yeah.
that all changes when he gets to utilize his V-trigger earlier than Veggie does. But I will say, I think with the pace right now, Veggie is on the right track. No punish. He expected the trigger. Can't you like option stuff that? Like regardless of like whether or not the trigger comes? Sure you can.
As a defender, yeah. Yonzai now holds onto this spot that he has held onto many a literal minute in this match. But Veggie can't walk out of it, you know? That's been a huge part of Veggie's game plan. Trying to walk outside of scissors, can't do it once you're in the corner.
But there comes a point in time in the matchup where you can just sit and block there. But that's going to be a big signal for Yonzai to go, go, go. The trigger activation is there.
25.
Now that you are within scissor range, you are susceptible to the command grab. Oh, and he knows it too. Veggie actually made a big interruption on something that could have been the command grab from Yonzai.
Huge 15 on the clock. Now it's up to see whether Yonzai can outrace this life.
Yeah.
11, 10. No, you have to follow up there. Yeah, you can just move out of it, but Yonzai wasn't looking for it. And again, tries to move when Veggie brings out the chain.
We saw a attempt at an interruption with the V-trigger. You kind of saw that bar wind down. Hence, you saw the startup of Psycho Crusher, but that was definitely not going to happen in between.
Did
because
not
that is a block string that's not going to be interruptible in that fashion. Wow.
He might have just thought that there wasn't going to be the follow-up chain, right? Like maybe he thought he could just like punish.
Not ever.
Or move forward. Yeah,
Not
no,
ever.
but that was not what Veggie was giving him, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So final game now for both. Loser's side.
This is what we asked for, and they delivered. This is exactly what I wanted to see. I want to see the adaptation, right? It was coming soon. I told you. I didn't lie to you. It actually came through. Didn't take 2 years plus. 2 minutes probably.
Veggie finds it. Okay, a little bit of Oki.
Ooh. Frames after that.
And right back to the situation of neutral. However, Veggie with the life lead can play a little differently. It's not him who needs to move forward.
Correct.
Oh, baby. Huge.
Side
Yeah?
switch?
Okay, okay. It all worked out. It all worked out for Yonzai. I was a little worried for
Super
him.
aggressive. Turn down, plus frames, command grab, no sir. Still with, oh boy. Out of there, you know it. Jump back jab! I love that from Yonzai. Sorry, I blew out your hero holes.
Yonzai's game plan right now has just got to be don't get hit by Stand Fierce into chain. That is of utmost importance.
Yeah, I mean, you have so much of the screen to work with. Oh my god, rock again,
Right?
rock again.
Okay, yes, chain. Veggie! Not punished. Oh,
That was
boy.
the most dramatic
He
Veggie
did
I've
hit
ever
the
heard.
Fierce. He hit
Yeah,
the Fierce,
he
and
did.
there was no chain.
He did. He sure did.
Match point Yonzai.
Even the chain hit in a different sequence too. It's like, what else did you think was gonna happen?
Veggie in trouble. Oh, Veggie's in big trouble. Early jump strong was okay, though.
That was excellent. I love those interactions, being able to shift and manipulate your hitbox that way, and the hitbox for that matter. But now, it's all Yonzai. Chipping away, actually landing the scissors. Back-to-back scissors. Running down the hallway.
Oh,
A
Veggie's
dangerous
so active.
maneuver.
But the activity actually comes into play here as he gets a lot of damage. He's got Oki here as well.
Command grab? Oh, forward though, excuse me. Let
He
the
had
chain
a little
rip!
bit. He had a little bit left. Oh,
You
boy.
could get the Oki.
And Yonzai's going to do it. Oh, those two extremely important moments at the end of this round, at the end of the previous round, where Veggie, in fact, did find the big heavy hit and did not do the chain follow-up. Those are going to be tough ones to think about as he is eliminated by RVA Yonzai, who moves forward into the next one. Again, Yonzai has been here. He got 4th at the CPT before. Now he's moved himself into the top 4 yet again.
Whew, we were asking for more Street Fighter, and we definitely got it.
What a
Went
match.
down
What a
to
match.
the wire every single time
Felt
between
so
these
good.
two, and you could see like the blatant changes of gameplay styles when it hits a certain round of the match or a certain time of the match, and that was pretty exciting either way. I think that seeing the patience and seeing the kind of strategies formulated as time went on, it was
I loved it, man.
pretty impressive.
Great match. Great match. Bummer for Veggie how it turns out. Great for Yonzai how it turns out. And again, it's going to be Yonzai moving on. But yeah, the importance of the space between them at about scissors or slide range, that range right there, where Yonzai then attacked right from, that was such a huge part of this. There were moments when Veggie's birdie had explosivity, when he got like up close corner control.
Oh, yeah.
He did great. It was just really hard for him to find that consistently. Really only a few times throughout that set did he get that. Great that he capitalized when he did, but boy, the hunt for it was tough. Yonzai,
Man,
3-2.
it was actually pin the tail on the donkey. You had to be blindfolded and then force, maybe like a couple of hints to force Yonzai into the corner. But even when Yonzai put himself, like anytime he was there towards the later end of that set, anytime he was in the corner, it's because he put himself there off of a combo and then set himself up for Oki. And it's like, what else are you supposed to do? Like Veggie, I think, did not have any of the control that we were hoping he would have from like those outbursts he had from like the initial round starts in game, 4 and 5. But yeah, I think Yonzai again he outplayed Veggie in neutral. He had him
Played
forced to
great.
think about so much of the scissor kicks. And
Played
to be
great.
fair, that was Veggie just running into those ranges more often than not.
Excellent match between the two. Yonzai moves on. We're now going to move on to Dr. Gulag
Yes.
versus Rikkaman Spartlet. Down in Finnish versus Sweden. Swedish player. Now we got Laura. We got Menat on deck. Think back to what Gulag said earlier when he was talking about Phenom's Luke. He said it's moose hunting season. Well, he's got a little bit more hunting to do. It's not going to be Luke on the other side. It will be Menat.
No
Gulag
moose, yeah.
has a lot of great results lately. He got 7th at the most recent World Warrior. He got 4th before that and 4th the time before that. He got 3rd at Simile Summer. He got 7th last year on the CPT, so he's already eclipsed that. But for Rikkaman Spartlet, look, again, he's had better results than almost anybody in this whole region, as we've been talking about. 2nd at the last 2 World Warriors, 1st at a Simile Summer, 1st at Brussels Online Challenge, won the CPT last year. So, coming in here, having been sent down to Yonzai, boy, that could be a rematch in the next round.
I mean, that would be pretty nice, I mean, we could probably set that up and make it happen. But I do want to know, what was Dr. Gulag's performance like last CPT? I don't know if you had mentioned that, but again,
He got 7th last time.
that's what it was, 7th? Okay, so already making significant progress. So
Already passed
big ups
that.
to him. Now he has to, his reward is, he faced off against the guy who qualified.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
For those that don't know, he faced off against technically the number 2 seed going into it. In his winners match, Dr. Gulag fell short 0-3 against Phenom.
Right.
Hoping to not recreate those results.
Trying to be way outside of where Minot can attack, or, of course, as Laura, you want to be right in there. But there's a big range in between that can be tough. Oh, yeah. Try to run it, maybe looking for a V-shift.
Oof. And again, you were talking about not being within those ranges, but I'll tell you what, standing medium punch is a great measuring tool in case it whiffs, because that means, hey, Fierce is available.
However, that gave Rickamat's Barnet all the tools. Can he use them? Okay. And it is close enough. Yeah? Oh, wow.
How does he know?
Wow. Super good stuff. He's got one more. There it is. He's
You're more
looking
than
for the
right.
super. Oh, this time he makes it happen. Last match we saw him play, he did miss one of these before. This time he's on point. And that was all out of that jump out of the command grab.
Yeah, and that's...
Look at the damage on that.
Look at the hits, 40?
Yeah.
That, I gotta say, Rickman's Barnet, their intuition is so strong.
Yeah, looking
That's
great.
like when some of these command grabs happen. Face off against 3 people with command grabs, technically.
Yeah, and
Buy
you
some
need
trigger
that.
too.
As this character, she doesn't have a DP. She doesn't have anything like that.
That was so awkward. Dr. Gulag actually got hit on the way back. Would
Right.
that still hit?
Yeah. Well, I think he just called out movement on Gulag's side.
I think there might have been an elbow.
Yeah, I think you're right. Offensive V reversal. Here's Gulag looking for the hits. Overhead.
I love that.
Backdash. Again, you got to be great defensively with this character Minot. She does not have other tools. Only got the 3-frame. Other than that, not too much to her name.
And also Rickman's man walking backwards, still using negative edge to get the rest of the orb release and the punish on the jump in, whatever it was.
It's not enough. There, that is enough though. He waited first, and then the strong came out.
Which outfit is this? I'm really
Maybe,
curious.
Like, is this like a ballerina outfit, maybe?
Is this like the sporting outfit? I don't even know.
I don't think it's sporting.
Trying to figure that out.
This looks to me like the Parisian World's Fair outfit. That's what I'm gonna call it. We're here. Here we are at the Paris Opera House.
I like that.
That's what her outfit makes me think of.
And I'm glad people are using like the IDOM Capcom design as well. Either way, Dr. Gulag now forcing Rickmans into the corner, but still fighting it out. You were talking about having excellent defense with the character like Minot, who pretty much lacks it, right? Doesn't have a reversible DP.
Yeah, that's on the player.
Yeah, it's 100%.
Okay, great challenge by Gulag. He's got the corner yet again. He's been here. This is the 3rd time he finds himself with the corner, but to what end? Rickamat's Barnet jumped out of a command grab and straight up killed Dr. Gulag last time in this situation. So good luck.
Yeah, there was a 40 hit combo
Yes.
with meter, but it's a different story now, right? Gulag actually gets to take a little bit more risk despite there being a couple of orbs on the screen. It wasn't going to be a punish. It was indeed going to be a trade-off in benefit of Dr. Gulag. I don't think Rickmans had the other buttons held down for negative edge to punish any sort of jump-ins. Hence the trade in the first place. I always find that so interesting, the instant jump roundhouse on the side of Dr. Gulag so you don't get punished on the way down.
Yeah, like he does weird stuff to her box as she flies through the sky.
But yeah, I think the repositioning of the orb is pretty important, but now it just gives Dr. Gulag party time.
The
V
defense
shift
and the break, so important right there to clear the screen of that thunderclap.
Oh, that's gonna be a punish,
Yeah.
and we'll take that because if you had gone for a strike, actually no, the thunderclap would have dissipated regardless. Oh, into territory actually. Doesn't need to. That's so important. Rickman's Barnet having the defense, primarily the movement, to back away from Dr. Gulag. This guy's on it.
Oh yeah.
I'll have what he's having. As it stands right now, yeah, standing medium punch again, letting the orb release, and using it as a tool to close the gap. Checking the lows is the movement against Dr. Gulag as well as the recall happens. Again, it's just been so intimidating. Dr. Gulag, this is the first time I've seen him really slow roll his momentum, but he's not getting any of the momentum, I should say.
He's trying to give so many different looks to Rickamat's Barnet. trying to jump at different times. EX, we've seen it work before, not there. Trying to dash in. He's trying to expect that there's going to be callbacks of orbs and jump over or move fast. Here, finally finds the hit. Into. Maybe worried about super. Is it in time? It is in time!
What do you mean
It is in time. It floated right through the thunderclap, and it's going to take the game.
What do you mean it's in time, David? I thought that was Recovery City. What do you mean?
You got like a full second of recovery. That's there. So great work by Rikamen's Barnet. Again, defensively, super important. You talk about the movement, super important. But he really shut down the approach, I think, in part. That's the biggest thing about that round, is that he was able to, about this round in particular, he was able to really keep Dr. Gulak out until that forward fear into activation. But before that, boy, he shut down jump, he shut down dash, he shut down EX elbow, all sorts of tools to try to move forward.
Yeah, all the different looks you were talking about just completely shut down. And now, again, still weary of any options that come his way. Rikamen's Barnet has been so active on defense. He's taken so many preventative measures as well to stop Dr. Gulak from going forward. Yet Dr. Gulak still finds some of these hits with the forward fears. Oh, just within range of the sweep. It's between you and the orb now. You gotta talk to it. You gotta confess your sins between you and the orb.
That big middle ground right there. Yeah, it's, again, if that had been the moment where I'm not called the orb back, that was a great jump by Dr. Gulak. It was just not what came.
I think it'd be really cool if they changed up, like a gave Minata buff where she could recall orb in the air.
Oh my. You want everybody else to die. Is that going to work? Wow, the defense continues to be amazing by Rikamen's Barnet.
Is that too much to ask, David?
Maybe. Maybe.
She's going to be frozen in the air.
She's sick, though. She's such a cool character.
Yeah. I think definitely one of the more unique characters. One of the most unique characters
Very
that Capcom has ever put out. In all lines of their games, by the way. I'll say it. Ooh, what? That was cool.
Sometimes two-hit combos are the coolest combos.
But just on the other side, it's still able to catch
Yeah,
that.
dude,
That
yeah,
was,
yeah.
You made me go full barbaric.
Super
dude.
legit.
Oh, it's caveman noises for me.
Oh, this suddenly feels like great offense by Dr. Gulak. Stole a turn, but didn't follow it up. Holding onto the trigger for his life. He knows he needs that to make the comeback. He's not going to do the reversals. Hers is sucky anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say, Dr. Gulak finally putting Rikamen's in the back seat for the first time. And
Come on.
juggling the side switch. I take it back. She doesn't need to activate or recall in the
He'll
air.
get super if he finds a hit as well. This, if Gulak gets hit, he may lose the round on this.
Negative edge incoming. That's the bait. Oh, that could have been more than enough. You can't move. You can't move.
No, he's stuck. Even
that was
classic
so-
walk and block. What do you do
So
if you know that the
smart.
opponent's buffering something? Ideal is to walk up and block to make them proc their super or special or whatever it is. It's exactly what Gulak did. Great choice. Easier said than done, of course.
Yeah, and you could find yourself like walking into it regardless because you mistimed something. Especially when it's something like a crouching jab. The recovery is so quick. Oh, see? Just like that. That exact moment. Big whip punch was there. Dr. Gulak is trying to find an opening against Rikamen's, but even if an opening comes, it's not any sort of like big button other than like maybe a standing light kick or a crouching jab. Most of the time on defense. Oof. Still ready for the anti-air.
Right, air to air. Uh-oh! Okay, Dr. Gulak tried to take a turn. However, now it is definitely his turn. Offense is here. The thunderclap.
Oh, the recall.
Dr. Gulak cannot get hit. He knows he's got to make this happen without getting touched.
Oh! It's a Laura round!
Can it be a Laura round?
Oh, he's gonna shift on the break is there. Excellent defense, excellent decision making. One touch away for Rikamen's, and they know it.
No resources on Dr. Gulak's side. How does he find the entrance? He does not. He got the orb. Suddenly so far away with that stand roundhouse. Suddenly, at like half screen, taking up the sky. Beautiful choice by Rikamen's Barnet, whose defense was just astounding throughout that set. You're playing against somebody in Dr. Gulak who has great offense. We've seen that many, many times. And yet here it was stymied, just very consistently, and by a bunch of different options too, which I think is a great part of this for Recommence Barnet, it wasn't like he had one go-to choice on defense. He mixed it up so well with jump and with backdash and with V-shift and with anti-air and with interruption in buttons and just everything he needs. Again, as that character, you don't have the Dragon Punch. You don't have the armor move. You only have the 3-framer and your skill.
And it's something
and
to
he's
be
got
said
a lot of that.
About, like, we're still kind of highlighting the defense, right? You know, it's active defense. He's actually still kind of like bulldogging Laura into this corner. So in a sense, it's like, is it still defense anymore at that point? Because you are harassing with medium punch over and over and over again to the point where they don't even get that first layer started. They can't really whiff punish it as consistently.
There was a lot of zoning that was great as well. I think that's certainly a key part of this. But Dr. Gulag did get close. He was up close, point blank, as Laura a bunch of times in that set. And if everything goes right and you're Laura, you hope that all you need to do is get close once, maybe twice, and you take the round.
Yeah.
And it just, thanks to Recommence Barnet's defense, was not like that.
I will say, even in those situations, we've seen the utilization of the V-Gauge very well, actually. It wasn't even in forms of V-reversal. We didn't see a lot of those at all. It was primarily V-shift.
You're not going to do V-reversal as that character.
Don't.
You know, what do you
Please
do?
don't.
What do you do?
It's too scary. I think the utilization of V-shift and calling out when to do break, especially around like whenever the thunderclap had happened, was so smart.
Super important.
So again, big ups to Recommence Barnet, but also even bigger ups to Dr. Gulag, making it even further than the last CPT run that they've had. Hoping to see even more progression in the World Warrior events coming out very soon.
Got to go back to life as the working lawyer. Back to the drudgery of the law.
Man,
back to the attorney
you're talking
life.
about the slog of
The
like
slog.
watching the earlier
I don't know what kind
matches,
of contracts or a lawyer he is. Did you know there's more than one kind of lawyer?
Yes, you've told me that. I'm just kidding. Sorry, I felt like that was a very mean way to respond. I think that was just me being grumpy.
Did you know
about
there's
it.
more than one kind of lawyer?
I'm sorry.
There's a lot. Anyway, no, but shout out, as you said, to Dr.
I didn't know
Gulag.
that.
Not going to work out for him. But maybe we'll see him soon.
Yeah. How soon, David?
Well, I can't really tell you how soon, but I can tell you maybe soon.
Like 2 years soon?
I just wish I could be more precise, but soon is going to have to be what you'll be content with for the Capcom authorized mobile game, Street Fighter Duel, which is available for download in China. If you don't happen to be there, I mean, not bad odds that you're there, just like speaking statistically among human beings, like a pretty significant percentage of all human beings
I
are
think
there.
majority of them. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. If I put my finger on it.
Pretty big percentage. Well, maybe we'll stick with live in China.
You like that, huh?
But you're, if you're not there, then the global version will be coming soon. The epic legend is reborn on mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel now or soon, and let's fight for each other and join the journey with millions of players to become the best fighter.
I like that. Speaking of best fighters, we've seen over time who have qualified to the big dance, the Capcom Cup, right? We're slowly unlocking some of these tracksuit. And again, the new tracksuit costumes are pretty much going to be coming your way one way or another. Whether it's the person who wins the entire event for their region's qualifiers for the CPT, that unlocks a bunch of colors for your tracksuit, or you could continue to play online, gather some of that fight money, and buy it yourself. Or if you're not about that life either, you can just pretty much chill, continue watching, and eventually all the colors will be unlocked at the end of the Capcom Pro Tour for Street Fighter V Champion Edition.
But I want them now, Vicious. And
do you want them now?
Well, that would be great.
You would need someone to qualify with, maybe like a Honda.
Hasn't happened
or
yet.
maybe like a Zangief.
Hasn't happened yet.
But the qualified characters so far are Luke 2 times over, right? Falk, Dulcie, Jury, Cody, Bison, Birdie, Colleen, Balrog, Seth, Karen, and a Nash.
That's right. But that means that if Recommence Barnet ends up taking it again, as Minot, he will unlock those colors.
I hope he picks Luke just to troll.
Boy.
It's going to be Minot.
Boy, it'll be Minot, yeah. But yeah, if you happen to be a Minot fan and you want to get those things going without spending your own fight money, hey, maybe you're rooting now for Recommence Barnet. Maybe you already were anyway. Maybe you were already doing that. Now we're in the top 4. Remaining right now in winner's side, Phenom and Torpon. Loser's side, Yonzai and Recommence Barnet. We're going to start getting into that top 4. You know when. Pretty soon.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fight, time to fight.
So then, you really want to go through the trouble? Fine.
Oh, we caught him in air zone! Wheeled back in the seat. It's like, this is your first time tuning into Street Fighter League. Where have you been? We've been waiting for you.
It's Street Fighter League.
Looks like I can have a little fun now.
We're about to take you on a mad, wild journey.
Oh my God. I was actually in awe.
Street Fighter League is coming to see who is the best in the world. And I'll tell you right now, it's only the beginning.
I will fight you.
Gotcha! Oh, wow, gotcha. Oh, that is really unfortunate. You saw that exchange right there. We've seen something open with punish it a couple of times, but the jump back, Kino stealing it all back from Gachiku. You can't jump in the corner. What are you doing? Oh!
Oh my God, just 1 second left and it runs
so
out the
clutch.
Just teasing, just lots of tea. Get the kettle warmed up.
And he gets the stun. That was nasty.
It's even more an international players ball. We're getting players from all over the world. And I said it before, but we're getting the best players here to show you guys off.
No time to be wasted.
I think there's gonna be more than enough
There's
to
no
jump
thinking.
in.
There's no escape!
That was actually broken.
That was actually ridiculous. Can I get the digital scissors on that?
Let's begin.
Look, if you're at home watching, please know that you're watching history right now. Best players in the world. This is a dope set of Street Fighter.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are looking for the pinnacle of Street Fighter 5, look no further.
Sometimes I hunt for the
Look at the crowd going mad.
Oh my God.
That's gonna do it. Gachiku got it. He is your champion.
Hold up.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
no.
Which. What was that?
Clip that. Was that the
That
little
was
orb
so
in the air?
sick.
He is your back-to-back champion. Ladies and gentlemen, the new guard takes out the legend.
This one is where dreams are made.
Everything's. I said everything.
USA invades the stage here.
And I cannot express how much this means to
But this morning I chose to wake up. Everything.
There's no escape!
Anything. Everything. I swear I'm ready.
Let's do this.
Bring it on. It's not enough. Let's party. Everything. Tell them I'm ready for anything.
You have just tuned into the culmination of years of work.
Just the other way. Somebody call an ambulance. Not for me, but for you.
Is the best, without a doubt, Street Fighter 5 player in the world.
So don't you ever think y'all gon' back me down. Woo! Swear right now I'm ready to fight.
Welcome back to the top four now here in the Nordic and Baltic region. As we said, we're down to Phenom versus Torpon in winner's side. Winner's finals, in fact. And on the loser side, we have Yonzai and Rikaman's Barnet remaining. So, two players certainly who I think everybody expected to make a deep run, who have in the past, of course, made deep runs. Yonzai's been here in the past as well. In the top four, he got fourth place last time on the CPT. Torpon is in a different situation.
Yeah, you know, I feel like this is going to be a really interesting matchup overall. I mean, I'm not trying to troll here, but I think, you know, Torpon being in this particular position with the amount of times he's kind of like not talked about how confident he is in regards to some of his matchups, it makes me believe otherwise. I think he's been very dominant thus far.
Yeah.
You can see somebody like Yonzai getting sent down 3-0. Even prior to that, he took down Kaji's. It's been pretty much topsy-turvy for Torpon, and also taking down Veggie, but now he has the ultimate test.
Yeah, no
Going
doubt.
up against
No doubt.
0-0 Phenom. This is going to be, obviously, like, majority of the games that we see in Street Fighter 5 are pure knowledge checks, right? But I feel like there's going to be a little bit more here. It's going to be who's going to be, like, the aggressor. I think Luke does not do well when he's Bulldog. I've seen it numerous times, at least from the way it's played stateside. I want to know exactly how much practice both of these players have against their own character.
I mean, if you've been playing Street Fighter 5 for the last year, you played against Luke a lot.
I mean, in his region, when I would watch Phenom stream or put some of his clips online, even in the VODs, I don't see that in his region.
Okay, fair enough.
Unless I'm tripping, but every time I would like venture off into like Phenom's channel, I don't see it as often.
Fair enough. Well, I guess we will see then. Torpon, yeah, I mean, he is in a different situation than Phenom, who has been here so many times, not just in the CPT, but again, like in tournaments around the world, in majors, offline and online. And this is something he's very accustomed to. He's certainly the favorite coming into it this weekend. For Torpon, I think he was in the position that in terms of the seeding, they expected Veggie to get through. And then I think that his opponent at the beginning of this top 8, Yonzai, I think was in the position that people expected Rikuman's Barnet to get through. So instead, it's Torpon who has navigated all the way through that. And that's fantastic for him. But now, as you said, is the biggest challenge.
Yeah.
Phenom, certainly the favorite. Can he make it happen? It would be fantastic for Torpon if he could. We'll see.
And we've seen the kind of grounded play that Torpon utilizes from his 3-0 matchup against the Bison player, Yonzai. And
Torpon looked great in that, no doubt.
Yeah.
Blew it up.
This is one of the biggest things I love seeing too, is who's got the better control with the fireball game. Because again, Luke has fantastic normals. It reaches pretty far, low medium kick, it leads to so much damage, flash knuckles in particular. But most of the time, it's like, if you can't use those forward moving normals for the Sandblaster, what do? Oh, that's huge. That's actually pretty huge.
Yeah, it goes from what was a pretty even-ish situation to totally different story. Way down in life, into the corner, throw will kill. Torpon did not take the bait. Okay, super good defense, but just not for long enough.
Luke has the perfect tools for Luke, right? He really does. As it stands right now, again, we talked about Phenom's corner pressure, and we talked about the general strategy against Luke. Well, Phenom can encompass some pretty good offense. I don't know if you know, but he managed to command grab a certain legend 5 times in a row.
Ah, I've heard about that. I already like in this round that he dashed forward to try to get in. Torpon previously checked every time versus the dictator play Yonzai. Here he didn't versus Phenom, but he does have offense. Okay, here we go. Stun on the next one. And he calls it.
This guy's got it.
It.
This guy's got it, David. Look at the damage coming in.
He knew it. Torpon almost has super. Phenom's out of there, though.
You definitely could have killed. You 1,000% could have killed. You could have gone Sandblast or EX uppercut to finish.
Oh,
baby. Okay, luckily for Torpon, he lives for another sequence.
Hey.
Oh, he took a page out of Phenom's book. EX rising uppercut.
Big question as to whether Torpon's going to be able to stand up to somebody like Phenom. And in this game one so far, the answer is yes. We'll see if he can do it for the long haul.
I love the usage of the EX Sandblaster as well to kind of double check Phenom. But now both have loaded fists. Loaded forearms, technically.
That's where it resides. The power.
Yeah.
That's where it lives. It's gonna hurt. It looks pretty
he's got
gnarly.
to check. Yeah, I feel like he's got to let that go eventually,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Looks like a giant sunburn.
It's just gotta be terrible. Oh, okay.
Oh,
First
boy.
big jump in. Either one of them has done, and it's Torpon who gets through Phenom.
And the flame kill afterwards. Oh, that's
Oh,
huge!
no. Phenom with a very rare error. It's almost done. Stun on the next grab. Or hit. Yes.
Ooh.
Spending it all just like that, but it gives him the life lead.
That's not bad. Torpon actually gets to utilize his own thermal bear being that far away, but he opts to move into striking distance against Phenom. Oh, he's baiting. Thermal Barrett, still not tied, but he has enough for at least a couple of Sandblasters. That's one.
So close in life now. 25 on the clock.
That's two.
Wasn't quite close enough.
Oh, that
no.
could have been it.
But he didn't.
Oh, that was.
Who even died? Torpon's the one who takes it. Game number
Phenom
1.
Actually falling short. That was so. That's so smart. That is actually so smart to be within that range of Sandblaster and interrupt it on the way over. That is a classic. That is a classic Street Fighter thing, by the way. That
No
is a
doubt, no
super
doubt.
classic Street Fighter thing.
Oh man.
That was an excellent game sense overall from Torpon. The way he played it out all the way
Yes.
through, like having the thermobaric, having the meter, everything could have gone topsy-turvy, but he stuck to his guns.
He's playing so well.
I'm a fan. I'm truly a fan.
And he waltzed up for the grab this time. He
And
puts
he
in a bit of
mixes
pressure.
up his options also for the
Absolutely.
throws. This guy's been mad unpredictable in offense. Ooh. Cross-cut DP.
I mean,
David.
everything's
He's the
firing on
complete
all the
package.
cylinders. Yeah, yeah.
This is so good.
Phenom.
And checking the movement, Torpon not baiting it. Or sorry, not falling susceptible to it.
Could be a knockdown. There's a chance to get the V-skill
Oh,
going.
that's fine. Yeah, no Turbo Barrack for Phenom. Does have it for Torpon though. Activation plus frames, back throw is going to be so important. Roundhouse? No, the crouching medium punch instead.
Yeah, a little late too, just in case of DP.
Oh, you're right. It is back throw, not forward throw. My mistake.
Again with the
Oh,
he
he
misses.
thought
It's
he
a
had it.
big.
Oh, that was a very expensive frame kill. I will say that. Thermal Barrack, finding the exchange. Oh, you're going to give him trigger.
Sure
You're
did.
dead. You're... Nani?
Oh, okay,
Oh,
Phenom ends up
man.
doing it, but yeah. Woo, boy.
I was going to say, I think off of that, you could kill. You could do, like, off the activation, you could target combo into Thermal Barrack, if I'm not mistaken. Ooh. This character's a character. Oh, yeah, the big opener now. Torpon actually had whiffed that in the previous round, but now finding the mark, that standing medium punch. And I'm glad he didn't commit to it because that second hit would have whiffed, 1000% from that far. With the counter hit pushback too, not a good deal.
Ooh, there it is, though.
Uppercut. Watch out for the EX. Not there. It's actually not there. He waited.
Yeah. So Phenom activated, but just like that, knockdown yet again. Torpon playing it safe-ish.
Oh, the trigger is on deck. Do you activate now as Torpon? You have to activate now as Torpon, right? To get yourself another one? Plus
We'll
frames,
see.
plus 2. Activate now.
Hey.
He tried to. Phenom got the better of it. Firing away first and a counter hit. There we go.
Oh boy, the whip, there it is! Phenom finds the connection, he's got the game. But this is a hard-fought battle between both of them. Very hard-fought so far.
I would have expected maybe like a Thermobaric to kind of push Phenom just a little bit further out and then try to go for like a whiff punish, but that was actually really well placed from Phenom. As soon as he saw like the Thermobaric, he gave like, you know, caution to it. He walked back a little bit. He's like, oh, he's not gonna do it, huh? I'm gonna go ahead and fire away with the spheres. Pretty good from Phenom, not backing down either. I like the challenge from both ends.
That's something to expect from Phenom. He's not somebody who backs down very often.
Guy's an actual fighter.
Uh-oh.
That was a really clean counter hit conversion off of the fast jab, the big interruption.
Torpon's moving in ways he hadn't been before, and Phenom is very stable, calling them out, ready for them.
Pop my arms. Ooh, the charge with a knuckle. Do it again. Look at the damage with no bar required. Just a single V-skill.
Grab will do it at this point. Torpon in trouble in that round. Again, it wasn't just that Phenom had the corner pressure. Phenom got the corner pressure by calling out some of the movement, reacting to some of the movement that Torpon had. And in ways that Torpon wasn't doing before. He was so much more stable. Here it is. Yeah, gotta settle down.
Oh, that was huge. Or that could have been huge, I should say. Phenom still checking with the crouching jab. Now creating space for himself after those 2 blocked medium punches. Already back to mid-screen. Just near even? No, Phenom has the lead.
Ooh.
That's so smart from Torpon. Just shy 2 times over from Phenom.
Right.
Medium sandblasters.
This is such amazing positioning by Torpon. Even on something small, I always get hyped for that stuff.
Yeah, Phenom knows that Torpon wants that low medium.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of walking up and blocking from Phenom.
Jeez, that's a lot of fireballs, too.
Is that in time? No, okay.
That was jab, too. Jab fireball. That's -4. You could not test Phenom like that. Not at all.
Torpon in trouble. As this goes on, we see more control from Phenom's side. Yeah.
Ooh-wee.
Even right there, medium kick into the roundhouse. You know, that's somebody who expects that he's not going to get immediately whiff punished. Somebody who expects that Torpon's going to be moving forward again.
Yeah.
And Phenom's calling out a lot of Torpon's movement, Torpon's button choices.
Oh yeah.
Punishing well, as you mentioned.
He's playing a lot of the counter poke game this time. I don't know where that accent came from, but I think you've seen some of like the back roundhouses, very blatant call outs for movement or even like counter poking too from the side of Torpon. I gotta say, Phenom, I feel like he's still playing the same sort of game plan, slightly more aggressive with medium punches or counter pokes, but it's just Torpon running into these.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Yeah, I don't think Phenom has really been changing things up. I think he's had a very steady state of mind. I think Torpon's the one who is starting to move in ranges. Well, not even starting at this point. It's been about a game at this point of this happening, where Phenom has control. Oh.
That was a buffer, by the way. Off of that standing light kick, Torpon just had been in the range. He didn't even move. I think that was just spacing air from Phenom. Ooh, that's very heavy.
Into control. Activated. Yeah, not into too much, though. Phenom's still with the life lead. Okay, they're both powered up. But to what end? Again, Phenom walking up and blocking a lot.
Oh, that's huge! Decent. Target combo into the... Oh, yeah, you're charging that up!
So many plus frames. Oh, no!
He had it.
He did. He really could have had the round. Phenom now has the life lead.
Setting the bar, Phenom. Uppercut! You already know it. The moose is loose.
There have not been that many jumps, but that's just a classic spot to jump. You can't afford to get hit anymore. Nobody wants to be on the ground in that position, and Phenom expected to jump right there.
Makes sense. Totally makes sense.
Match point for Phenom.
Very active again. I think Phenom had already sensed the mistakes from Torpon. Now he's being the aggressor for sure. The delay on the crouching heavy medium punch, I should say.
Oh boy.
Can you kill here, David? Is it gonna kill?
I mean, you let me know.
It's not quite
gonna do
Blaster
it.
into uppercut. You are within throw range. Attack. Range after that. But a little bit too overzealous on the forward movement. Phenom does get the trade-off, and we see him moving on. I think that's the first person to technically make Phenom bleed. That's one game from the side of Torpon. Not bad. Better than the 3-0. But I will say, Phenom in another familiar position, sitting in the winner's side of Grand Finals.
You go back and look at game number 1, even I would say game 1.5, more or less. Very, very close. Very, very hard fought on both sides. They both clearly had ideas about what they wanted to do, and there were some similarities, certainly, in how they wanted to approach things. As it went on, there was more about Phenom not really changing his playstyle too much, but not needing to because Torpon was running into more. Torpon started jumping. There's an example of it. Torpon started sort of not having the same control that he had before, and the changes were on Torpon's side, and unfortunately for him, they were negative. I think this is a case of somebody who's got a tremendous amount of skill, very, very high ceiling, who is not quite there when it comes to maintaining that strength of mental state. And Phenom is amazing at that. Phenom's always been good at that, but at this point, so many years into his high-level career, he's amazing at it even more. So he's not going to get caught off guard in that way, whereas I think that Torpon did. In the future, maybe that's a different story. Maybe that's a different result. Maybe that's even a different result, towards the end of this tournament, right? That remains to be seen, certainly. But in that set, I think that was the big difference between the two.
We have two scary situations coming up, by the way. As you can see down below, loser semifinals. The first one being Yonsei and Rickman's Barnett. This is the double Jeopardy situation.
The run back!
Right? We do have the run back. And let's just say Rickman's Barnett passes through Yonsei. Say he does the same with Torpon.
Okay.
We might get ourselves another situation, right? It's within the timeline.
Sure.
But again, we present this big challenge. Yonsei, again, was on the verge of defeat in the last round, or pretty much the last round against Rickman's Barnett. Rickman's Barnett had actually gone match point 2 times over, but Yonsei managed to take it away at the last second. Can he do so again with the Bison?
Here in this 3 out of 5, maybe that's a different story if you're Rikman's Barnett, I think that's maybe part of what you're telling yourself here. Just having a consistent game plan, playing consistently is huge in situations like this. Yeah, as you mentioned, Rikman's Barnett was up game. He was up a game and a round.
Yep.
He was up in that second round. That was match point for him. He was up even at the beginning of that. So he could have made it happen right away. Yonzai, with enough fortitude to be able to make the comeback on that, he's clearly somebody to take very seriously, very strong player for sure. I think for Rikman's Barnett, he's got to think back to what it was about that first game and a half that was so strong for him. What was he finding in those times and ranges? What went wrong with the second sort of half of that set that he played versus Yonzai? Part of what I can recall is that Yonzai was in a situation at that first match point for Rikman's Barnett where he was being very active with buttons and was getting caught by a lot of stuff. He settled it down a little bit and started to look a little bit more strategically and patiently for some moments. Later on in that set, it wasn't so much like that, but I think that began the change.
Right.
And for Rikman's Barnett, maybe the question is, how can I goad Yonzai into feeling like he needs to press more buttons? He needs to run into more things. Could be a big part of the match here.
And that's so hard to even force that kind of play style from Yonzai because he's
tough.
willing to play. You were talking about fortitude, right? He's definitely got the fortitude to play a similar style throughout the entirety of the match, the set, if even. He's run down the timer, right?
We saw a lot of that.
He's done that even against Rikman's Barnett. You have to really make some sort of impactful decision to force him off of his game plan, which has happened in small tidbits of the set, but it's not consistent enough for him to make blatant errors.
I mean, think back to how slowly Yonzai played extended series versus Veggie, right? He went 20 plus seconds without pressing almost a button at times. He timed out starting at 40 seconds sometimes. He is clearly willing to play that patient style. Starting it off exactly in that way.
Would you say this is a watermelon cape or a strawberry cape?
Great question. I would say it's a ladybug cape.
I feel like the dots are too small.
Too small, you say. I don't know what a ladybug looks like.
You definitely do. I think you're
I've
selling
seen
yourself
cartoon
short.
ladybugs.
I think you're still selling yourself short.
Yeah, you think I'm a ladybug expert and I'm being secretive about it?
Yeah.
Sounds like me.
Definitely your forte. Here we go. Yonzai now. That's huge. We were talking about Rikman Barnett's defensive decisions, right? That V-shift is excellent.
That was so good.
It makes
come on.
It makes you heavily reconsider any matchup against Bison. It's like, all right, well, if they commit to scissor kick and you, on reaction, utilize V-shift, that's messed up. Same with Psycho Axe, by the way.
It's just a situation where out of the stand fierce, there's some things that are true block strings and some things that aren't, and Rikman's Barnett was just doing it in case there wasn't a true block string, and he was right.
We get to see that scissor kick pressure. Yonzai does have the life too. And that's so smart, utilizing that EX head stomp to chase back the recall. That's always been the answer for fireballs, since 2. It's been the head stomp. Oh, you were just shy of getting that V skill. It's so important to actually catch that on contact because then she won't really have anything to use afterwards. Yeah, it all just goes back if you take away the durability. Ooh.
Trying to trade in this guy. Yonzai would love to just get the party started. Here it is, here it is.
Plus frames, command grab is not going to be the answer yet. Instead of the regular throw, cashing out on a lot of gray life damage.
He even waited. He even did the late Psycho Axe. He didn't want to do a true meaty Psycho Axe. Well, as much as you can in that situation, because he didn't want Rikman's Barnett to just wake up with V-shift and kill him for it. He did it slower on purpose, and Rikman's Barnett was still ready.
Man, what a beast.
Wow.
Rikman's Barnett. Their defense is evolving before our very eyes.
Super good stuff.
And it wasn't even like this. This is night and day in regards to how we played the matchup in the top 16.
He looks so confident, so much control. By the way, not just about zoning for him, he certainly has had good offense in this set so far, too.
Ooh, that just sounds like it hurts. Just the way he just stomps on the second one. That's rude. Now I'm just thinking about the impact of it. Anyways.
Oh, yeah, he wanted to get the party started. I mean, you know when Yonzai wants to make things happen.
Can we talk about these drills for a second?
Yeah.
What are you supposed to do?
Not be there, man. Don't be there.
You can't crouch jab that?
stand jab was a solution, maybe. Yonsei with a huge jump in, at least some damage.
Oh, you're still within range. You're on top of the orb. And the standing light kick decision from Rickermans on defense to convert it to this massive damage is insane. Out of there. Devil's Reverse going to be opening, and now it's going to be potential command grab. Yes, sir. The bomb has been planted.
It has been set. Didn't explode it yet.
I don't know.
She's gonna get super. Yes.
Ooh. Oh my god, bobbing and weaving past the orb. Oh.
Okay, alright. Woo!
What a bet. Did you press the button?
No. No, I would not.
I believe you. I believe that.
Great choice by Yonsei.
Man, that's so expensive from Rickermans. You're still going to be able to build it back up.
She's pretty good at that, yeah.
Yeah, she's such a great batter. Oh, boy, the whip punish sheet?
Yeah, it's a matchup
Yo,
that...
checking the movement, too. We're seeing it now.
Yeah, this is good stuff here for Dictator. It is a matchup that a lot of people think is in Bison's favor. Part of why is that he can attack so well from outside of Stand Fierce range with things like scissors, EX scissors especially.
Oh, yeah. Back throw, finding the moment. Rickermans now gets to dictate. Oh, I thought... You know, we talked about how well Rickermans has kept people grounded, especially from that last game against Dr. Gulag, but still being able to jump out for free 2 times over from Yonsei. You could see the mental stack of adding up against Rickermans.
Get in now. Right, Yonsei scheming on moving forward. After he waited for the jump. He knew it would come. He's trying to bait these shits, and Rickermans Barnett's just not giving into it. The defense is too good. The defense is too good.
So
what are you supposed to do? And then into the super for the kill. Those stand strongs. Again, the intention there. You're not connecting. You know that. What you're hoping is that Rickermans Barnett thinks that they're V-shiftable. And then he gives in by spending the V meter, and he won't then have this terrifying trigger. But Rickermans Barnett's reactions have been super on point, and they've avoided that.
Yeah, there's a lot to be talked about in regards to Rickermans' defensive decision making. This is the person to watch right now. Excellent choice from Yonsei again, being able to surpass the orb. Watch out for the recall. You are stuck, and there we go. The back throw now. Rickerman again with the recall and decisions to reposition has been so on point.
Actually turned that 3-frame light kick into a lot of damage for meterless Manon.
3 times at least, minimum.
Yeah.
3 situations where he's been able to do that, by the way. Oh. I feel like she says beneath every time she does it. I really do. Instead of beneath, beneath.
Again, same idea. Rickermans Barnett's just not giving in. He's holding onto that trigger now. Here it is.
Now we get to see defense from the side. Yonsei, but no! That literally 2 times over. The last round, Rickermans had opened up Yonsei in that same exact sequence, using the mummy drill to bait out a throw. That is the 2nd time over Rickermans been able to get that full sequence. Again, that's super impressive. 2 games to 0.
As the defender in that situation, you know that the damage comes from getting hit, not from getting grabbed. Getting grab's a bummer, you don't want to lose the life, but getting hit means like the round's over and the game's over, and that is to be avoided most of all. But you also can't always just block it out and get grabbed every time. You have to grab throw tech sometimes, and Yonsei has just been called out at those wrong moments for him. Perfect moments for Rickermans Barnett.
Yeah, but if you're a betting man, I think you'd want to go for a chance to live another day rather than putting it all on the line off of a whiff grab.
We'll see if he goes for that.
He did have enough life.
Yeah, he did.
That,
sure.
So.
Yeah, he would have lived on a grab.
You would have less orbs to think about as well. Just the entire sequence. Anyways, Rickermans off to a fantastic start. That's too deep.
He did not get a combo. He needed something. All right, he's back in though. That's what he's looking for. Hoping to get that V-shift, that errant V-shift. Here's Yonsei.
The grab. So cross up. Psycho Crusher.
The defense is impeccable. Yeah, now defaulting the grab. There's what Yonsei needs. Yes, again, he's taken 2.
Oh no! That could have been so much worse.
The safety. Right.
Ooh-wee. Yonzai can hear us on the comm. Taking 2 grabs, getting rid of the orbs. He's got the defense down pat. And also the decision to do Devil's Reverse.
Yeah, interesting.
Super smart. We rarely see that. Oh, that was a deep dive kick. Excuse me. The other one was too shallow. My mistake. Here we go. The orb again. Did he get it? He did. He sure did. V-skill 1 going down below on the left. Is he looking to take another one? Oh, yeah. I love that.
He's in. He's here. Challenge.
What?
Psycho Act 6 of all to start up.
Sure does. Oh, and you called it out on the sweep. Knew very well the activation would have been.
Right. Can you get a punch? No, instead it's still Recommence Barnet, who now can chip kill. Yonzai's in big trouble.
Force the chip. Oh.
It's a classic way to try to move forward as Bison there. At max range of Psycho, you're going to be plus. But Recommence Barnet also at max range of Psycho can just react with V-Shift. When you have the reactions and expectations he does, you can make that stuff happen.
I would say, like, again, we talk about, like, certain instances where, you know, maybe taking away the resources would be best, would be ideal. But at the same time, Yonzai, again, he had that sense of urgency. Man, he sounds like he's in so much pain.
I know. I love the voice acting.
Ooh, yeah, flexercising that. Oh my God! Wait a minute.
Option we have not seen until what he's hoping is the last round.
There's still a hitbox on from behind. That's crazy. Wait up.
Oh no! Oh no!
What in the world? This guy's got the reactions of somebody
Oh
I've never seen
come
before.
on!
This guy's
Right
got
there,
it all.
Yonzai is expecting break, maybe? He's expecting V-shift into like stand strong or some button or whatever. Not V-shift into dash forward grab. There were too many defensive looks from Recommence Barnet that he turned into too much damage. And I mean, I don't know how you overcome if you are that strong on defense and if you're that strong at turning it into damage. Just a really tough spot for your opponent. Yonzai couldn't do it. He had sent Recommence Barnet down to losers in the first place, and now Recommence Barnet eliminates Yonzai.
Recommence Barnet had said it earlier, right? Doesn't want to let his guard down against the finish. He said he came to finish the job. So he did there in the double Jeopardy situation in a very convincing one.
That's a sweet
That
pun.
was... Thanks, man. Appreciate that. I feel like you were being very, very genuine about that.
Oh, yeah. It was so sweetish.
There he is. There was no way I would have caught that. Either way, what's coming up next? David, we got Torpon versus Recommence Barnet coming real soon, right? As well as Phenom still awaiting in the grand finals. You know what else is coming soon? It's my turn to do it now. The Capcom authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel is now available for download in China with the global version coming out pretty soon, I would imagine. The epic legend is reborn on mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel now and let's fight for each other and join the journey with millions and millions and millions at this point of players to become the best fighter.
We've been talking a lot about the World Warrior series and, you know, the impacts that it's had in terms of us being able to see results between thed players. Talked a lot about how Phenom has taken first place in each of them so far in this region. Well, there's a lot of others happening all over the world. In fact, there are 26 different regions with 26 regional champions. And if you'd like to find out more, you can head over to CapcomProTour.com for details. And to sign up, you can see on the right there all the partners who are helping run the World Warrior events. Lots of regionality in there. Big thing about this, I think, is really displaying the regionality of the Street Fighter scene, which is all over the world. This is on, you know, all over the place. I really appreciate that partnership with the community. I think that's a great look for the scene. So please get involved. Again, CapcomProTour.com.
As it stands right now, we see in the current timeline a possibility of a run back from a year-long's worth of CPT action. It could happen, right? Unless Torpon has something to say about it. Let's find out after this break.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand up turn to feast. So rise.
We're down to the top three. Things are about to get a little greasy and grimy, considering what's going to be playing out, right? I think it's going to be tough to manage for, I feel like, for Torpon. All things considered, Rickman's Barnett has been in a big rampage, I think, offensively and defensively. I think, like, all cylinders are firing right now in Rickman's head. So the question pretty much remains, are we actually going to see a replication of the previous timeline in CPT? Are we going to see that run back between Phenom and Rickman's? Or is Torpon going to have something to say about it? As it stands right now, either way we spin it, Phenom is big chillin'. He's had a very impressive record thus far. Fell short just one game against Torpon, but I think the numbers don't tell the entire tale. I think Torpon did a fantastic job as Luke. A little bit of frustration, and it wasn't even like severe errors. It was just like movement that he got checked on. So going into the matchup against Rickerman's Barnett, I'm excited to see how this one plays out, because I don't know how well Rickerman's is going to play against Luke, really. Has Rickerman's played off against a Luke thus far? I don't recall.
Well, I guess he and Phenom have probably played, but as far as today, not something that we've seen. He's made it through Maiko 3-0, Dr. Gulag 3-0,
Yeah.
and then Yonzai 3-0.
And yeah, even in the top 16 bracket, Rickerman's hadn't faced off against any Lukes yet.
Yeah.
So this is the matchup to behold. Really excited to see it. I want to know if this is going to be, you know, something to expect between like Rickerman's understanding of the Luke matchup, or is it going to be a big surprise from Torpon?
I'm sure Rickerman's has the character knowledge, you know, that I'm sure of. What I'm looking for, really, I think, is for Torpon and how he starts things out. As you mentioned, he went down 3-1 against Phenom, but it was actually the first game that he won. And then after that, it was 3-0 Phenom. In that first game, like game and a half-ish maybe, he played super well. Super, super great.
Right, I agree.
And he set the tone. And then ultimately just couldn't keep it up, couldn't like maintain that for as long as it seemed like Phenom could. If he doesn't get that right off the bat, it probably is going to be tough. But at least if he does get that at the beginning, maybe he can continue it. We'll see. He seems like a real fast learner. Oh, okie doke. Yeah, I mean, of course he's going to know the matchup. Yeah, you know, look at this guy.
But that's preemptive, right?
Yeah,
now running into
certainly.
it.
Yeah. And as you saw, of course, he did it too close right there and was punished for it by Torpon.
Wow. Again. Slide to catch the Sandblaster.
Torpon's there on the reactions. They're going to spawn it now. Yes, close enough to make things happen. No, that's going to be a punish.
Absolutely. Now we can see a little bit of from Torpon. That is such a huge risk to take. Oh, the orb doesn't catch.
They're coming. Yeah, that was a cross-up maybe? Hard to know.
I think it was. I truly think it was a cross-up, because her body was way over by the time that hit made its way. Oh, behold your future!
Come on, man. The reactions from Rickerman's Barnett. With a character who doesn't often get to show that off. Like, there's characters who really make great reactions, like, obviously apparent. And this character just doesn't, like, get that many opportunities. But versus things like V-shifting against Psycho Wax, but not against Stand Strong, versus things like that of supering through, you can really tell that they're there for Rickerman's Barnett.
And that's such a slow critical art, too.
Right?
It's like it's impending doom. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
man.
You're watching it come at you.
I have to watch my mistake in this speed? That sucks. But either way, as it stands right now, Torpon, man, trying to seek some of this movement against Rickerman, that's not going to work out. My God, the damage, David. And you get to reset again. Plus frames. Activation. Speaking of plus frames. Ooh, that could have been huge. That could have been low forward to EX flash double, still within range to do so. Bam.
Okay, no V meter this time for Torpon. Pretty good evasion so far. Still a couple of orbs left. Oof. The orb's now coming. Yep, one hit and then block. That was really good D by Torpon.
Yeah, that caution jab being able to at least get a little bit of damage, or at least stop Rickerman's Barnett temporarily, but it's still, I gotta say, these mummy drills are paying off like crazy. Rickerman has had so many openings off of these mummy drills more often than not to force people to get like, or, you know, give them a false sense of security when you would think, you know, oh, he's going to be within range of a throw. No, not today. It's going to be the drill. And it's, Rickerman has shown that hand at least like, what, 4 or 5 times thus far.
So effective with it.
As it stands right now, Rickerman's in pretty good position to continue harassing Torpon. I feel like there hasn't been enough from Torpon to stop Rickerman from moving forward.
Even that mid-range right there, that's a range that Luke is used to being pretty effective at, but Rickerman's Barnett is taking up a lot of that space.
Rickerman's using a lot of intuition to kind of slide through some of the Sandblasters, which is a pretty big deal to say because Torpon has not fired a single one thus far. There it is.
There it is.
EX. But where do you fire one off? Oh, yes. That's what I'm talking about.
That was the first attempted regular jump, too, so Torpon was ready for that.
There we go.
And might be for Torpon. Maybe the idea here is to hold on to V-meter, but Bergman's in.
I don't know about that.
Well, we've seen Torpon's defense has been very V-meter heavy. Very V-reversal heavy specifically.
Yeah, but no, yeah. I think V-shift might actually have some sort of value to it in regards to the V-trigger mix-ups.
Oh, not enough yet.
Activate?
Will he activate? Activate means that he's...
You could have done
boy.
it. You still could have done it any other way. You could have got target combo again into thermal Derek.
Do you think that would have killed?
1,000%.
Okay.
1,000%. That's rough.
Again with a knockdown. Can you believe Rigmon's trying to happen to neutral jump right then?
I believe it.
Yeah, well, there it was, but like, just amazing timing.
Yeah. I don't know about that. Oh, that was a little weird. It's gotta be like, what, -7, I think? For the light flash knuckle being blocked. Even in this charged state, or at least V-skill 1, still gonna be a problem.
Patience there by Torpon. However, he's being cornered slowly. Not even so slowly now.
But I still like the usage of the Sandblaster too. That's fine. That's
Sure.
totally fine.
For Torpon, yeah, totally.
There it is. Big opener. Uppercut. You get the dash up for Oki again. Forward throw. You lose a shot at Oki a little bit, but you have Sandblaster and Thermal Barrack.
However, that meant that he gave trigger over to Rikamatsu.
Yeah,
is gonna seal the
that.
deal. This is going to seal the deal yet again.
And what's funny is Rickerman's had navigated her way, or at least his way past one of the Sandblasters, I think with like a swoop, a little slide. I think had it been like Thermal Barrack, would have run into it, at least recovered right into it too. But it's hard to say. It's really hard to say. It's tough. If you're Torpon right now, there's a couple of things that I'm looking at. It's like how to utilize maybe V-Gauge a little bit better on defense if I have the life lead. I think V-Shift could be an option that should be exercised against V-Trigger.
Okay.
That'd be pretty useful. Other than that, I think maybe like Sandblaster might be also a big key in this matchup to stop Rickermans from moving forward. Sure, like he could risk the slide.
Yeah.
Maybe get a block or risk the jump as well.
There was literally right there that exact interaction you were talking about.
No.
Rickerman's called it out.
It is what it is.
Yeah, I mean,
there we go.
You're of course right that it's important. It's just like Rika has just called out like when it's coming very often.
Oh, you are not kidding.
Yeah, I mean,
you're actually not
look
kidding.
again. Like you're right that that's an important tool, but it's very difficult for Torpon to know when to actually use it. Stun.
You have more than enough bar to actually kill, I think. Oh, well. Yeah.
What a guy.
About that.
What a guy.
That is a possibility.
What a guy.
Rickermans had exercised that, had shown that example off during the last V-Trigger activation. So, I get it.
The old instant jump light kick when you're expecting a grab.
It's a classic.
Yeah.
I've definitely seen that happen in a particular Midwest versus West Coast battle.
I've seen it as well.
Multiple characters have
here
that.
Here we go. Torpon just trying to get anything going, and as we've seen all day, the defense is there. Defense needs to come into play again. We'll see. Torpon's got great pressure. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're like one reset. In fact, just one maybe regular hit right now.
That was an excellent
great team, great team, great team.
block from Torpon.
Very important to see.
Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Why not? One opening, and it's a cross-up. Rickerman's Barnett with another 3-0 victory under their belt. And that was with no remorse. That setup, he's like, you know, you're not ready for this. With the utmost confidence, throwing out that setup, of course it was going to hit.
3-0. Yeah,
3-0,
wow.
3-0, 3-0 since they've been put into losers bracket.
Look at that. Shout outs to
God.
Rikama. Yeah, just playing super well. The offense, the defense, the mid-range control.
The reactions
absolutely
too.
Everything. The reactions,
I gotta say, like,
yeah.
There's one thing to have reactions, but it's also tied into having that instinct and intuition to understand when a Sandblaster is coming.
Sure.
There's been so many instances where I'm like, you know, this is a very crucial part of this matchup to kind of, you know, enforce the point of like keeping them grounded. No, that's not the case.
Right,
for
right.
Rickermans. Rickermans is just so so in the mind
He's
of
ahead.
the other opponent.
Yeah.
It's scary. It's actually quite scary.
Well,
How
very interesting now as they come into the grand finals. Phenom, of course, from winner's side. Recommence Barnett from the loser's side. Having just played against a Luke, and a very strong Luke at that in Torpon, it's only Phenom and then Recommence Barnett who have taken Torpon out. How does Recommence Barnett do the same thing versus Phenom? That's the question, right? Same exact tools, character tools that Phenom's going to be using. But, you know, will he do the fireball at the same time? Will he try to move forward at the same time? Like, just questions like that. That is going to be what this is all about, and I'm very interested to see how Phenom plays differently than Torpon. What is the difference maker going to be, relatively speaking, between him and the player that we just saw? Maybe there won't be one, right? Maybe Recommence Barnett runs away with that, certainly, but what's Phenom's intention? Like, what are the different timings that he wants to do, different spaces he wants to do? That is going to be really cool to see as we watch this grand finals.
It's going to be a very shallow prediction, but I'm going to see a lot more Sandblasters, I think, within the mid-range,
okay.
outside of maybe like a Fierce. If he runs into a slide, so be it. I feel like if it's not if it's not deep enough, you're not going to really like get a counter hit situation. I think it's just like a couple of spots where that slide is not going to do anything else other than give you what, like frame advantage? Not necessarily a combo. So I want to see a little bit of that control from the side of Phenom.
Okay.
I think that's going to be the name of the game here, but with a person like Recommence Barnett, with the amount of reads that they've had thus far, how do you control something like that?
Easier said than done,
the
of
question,
course, right?
Again, back to kind of rerouting the question, essentially. It's like,
Yeah.
what are you supposed to do to keep someone like Recommence Barnett away from this hot streak? And we've seen, man, if you're thinking to yourself as Phenom, it's like, damn, I have to do this again? I actually have to face off against this person in grand finals?
Right. What happened last time that they played in CPT?
So there was a reset. It was 3-2, done in the last game, last round between Recommence and Phenom. However, after that had happened, Phenom decided to go with Bison and gets full-on swept 3-0.
Thought of as a good matchup for Bison versus Menat, right? Yeah, as we talked about before. But as Recommence Barnett showed, obviously he can handle that. Well, I wouldn't expect that this time.
It's not going to be the Nikali as well, because he also flexed Nikali during the initial set of grand finals, if I'm not mistaken.
So Nikali has been buffed since then.
You're right. You're right.
I mean, so has Bison, actually.
That too?
For some reason. He was pretty good before. He's pretty good now. No, I mean, I guess it doesn't need to be Luke. I'm assuming, I suppose, that it will be Luke, but it doesn't need to be Luke. We've been told that it's, Luke is likely, I think, but we also know, as you said, Dictator could be the choice, Nikali could be the choice, Karen could be the choice. There's any number of characters that Phenom could use.
I do like, if we're talking about the list of characters, I still think, Luke is going to be the main chicken here because of the fact that they faced off against each other in a World Warrior set.
Yeah, exactly.
A couple of months over thus far. Phenom pretty much winning every single time.
Yes.
It wasn't necessarily the case where he faced off against Recommence every single time, but that's a lot of data for Phenom to have an understanding of what to do. In fact, I wish I could have seen that as like a reference point between like those two engaging over in Salt Mine Leagues. But as it stands right now, it's going to be just Phenom versus Recommence. We're going to see what it is that sets Phenom away from like the rest of the pack in regards to all the other Luke players in this region.
His mindset's so good. He always comes in with a plan. He and Veggie are talking about that stuff all the time. What's the plan going to be? And he's just fantastic at instituting that, at keeping his mind on the actual game, and at not getting caught off guard, and at knowing what it is he wants to do, where he wants to be. So yeah, we'll see what the differences are between his style of Luke and Torpon's style of Luke as we head in now in the grand finals.
I like the idea. That's one way to stop the Mummy Drill. Try to get maybe a flash knuckle. I will say, if you happen to catch Menat airborne with the back roundhouse and do the Fujimura combo with like charge flash knuckle, charge flash knuckle.
Oh man, I've seen that.
I would love to see that kind of happen again.
Well, that was one thing right there. Well, I guess two things, right? The one thing you were just talking about, but also that he checked, in fact, DP'd the dive kick, like right away. No hesitation at all.
You see what I'm saying with the control here? Outside of Fierce range, if you eat a slide from that range, it's going to be just fine, I think. You're stuffing the orb from even activating.
Yeah, that said, he's been put all the way into the corner, which is not ideal. Down in life. Recommence Barnett's going to take it. So, you're right.
Scratch that strategy,
Well,
David.
I don't know. I guess we'll see. Again, Phenom always comes in with a strategy, and it was working pretty well for the first half of it. Unfortunately, at the end, it didn't. So, yeah, maybe he makes a change. We'll see.
I wonder if that was an anticipation for maybe like a round start slide from Recommence. Like Phenom just walking up within that range. Oh! A little short on the Sandblaster. That was a jab version.
That was
again.
too close.
But Rickerman's how? Oh! We talked
Yeah,
about it.
Phenom walked out of it.
Jesus! What?
It's really made Minot pay.
Oh no! It's still active. That was a medium kick that got stuffed out from Phenom.
That crush actually gave Rikamon's trigger.
And the
Here it
spacing. Look at this. Oh boy, we didn't get a punish.
I don't think Rikamon thought that was going to come up. Yeah, he didn't let the orbs rip. He wasn't looking for the safety cover. That
That's
time he
totally
was.
fine for Phenom.
Oh,
Look at
yeah.
the trade-off in damage.
Absolutely. We saw how he was able to do that last time. All right, except working Phenom. Or out for Phenom. We saw that he did that through a Sandblaster last time. This time he got baited by I'm not sure what, to be honest.
You know, we talked about intuition and reads. Sometimes one takes over the other and you kind of act on it impulsively and it's just not in your favor.
It could also be that you're like pumping the motion and, you know, you could accidentally press the old button. Happens sometimes too.
I blame the gamer fingers, man.
The fingers.
The way you said it really got me. It's like replaying in my head, like the way you say, no, the fingers. Okay, back to the strategy. Oh boy, yeah, outside of the range, no, still within the fierce range. That's a lot of damage incoming. Double, triple, quadruple flash stuff technically.
8 into nothing though. And Phenom's back jump right there was key in not allowing Rickamons to set anything up.
Oh, I love the air-to-air exchange for Rickamons, and I love the V-reversal more from Phenom.
On the approach. To the other side. Phenom is taking some damage here. Rickamons has 2 left. But
Not
the
anymore.
grab! But you're not going to get touched if you're in the grab animation.
And that was a very, very shallow dive kick, actually.
That's too close, I would say, to be able to react. Okay.
Uppercut! Would have been it.
Yeah.
And well, Barrick, you can't walk and block that. That's too difficult.
So
to call
hard.
out.
Yes, and especially to be able to super on reaction. Very, very difficult. So, okay, there's Phenom. That's the kind of stuff he wants to do. His defense was great. He gave some different looks in terms of how to deal with the trigger. He jumped back out of the orb one time when it could have, if he had touched it, turned into offense for Minot. Did a great job at staying outside of her ranges pretty consistently.
Going back into it, all tied up one apiece. No, I'm sorry, this is 1-0. Rickamons looked like he was in full control, actually.
At the beginning,
to the
yeah.
point where I thought he had already gotten the game, but in fact, it was Phenom making the big comeback. Oh, doesn't even get a chance to recall it. That's what I like to see, throwing out the Sandblasters in moments where Rickamons wants to recall that orb. You get so much free damage off of that. That was like, what, 2, 3 Sandblasters? Look at that. He'll take that exchange 9 times out of 10 in terms of the damage and the meter that's built. So good for Phenom. Gives you more ammo for the flash knuckle.
Hey.
Oh boy.
Gonna see a reset of some kind here. Oh, I think I don't think that was it. I think that was the intended combo still. Phenom knows that like anything's gonna do it. All he needs is any medium. Oh boy.
Yeesh.
Oh boy.
And that's tough if you're Rickamons. I think the initial thought was maybe like drill,
Right.
I'd imagine.
But just
EX.
couldn't survive anything. So Phenom again with the hit. He's got the corner yet again. Okay.
No whiff punish on that.
Phenom has just navigated everything. To be fair, Rickamon's not doing the same, but Phenom is outside of the ranges that Torpon was playing pretty often.
That's so smart. Phenom covering the tracks against Rickamons Barnett. As soon as that orb is out, and there's going to be so much trouble for Rickamons to have to recall. But no, you don't get to recall for free.
Yeah.
Not at all. And Phenom capitalizes on that 2-0. Again, we're talking about the bob and weave situations you had briefly mentioned. Can we talk about also his active defense? As soon as the orb is out, Rickamons have tried to steal turns dashing up, or at least throwing out some of these normals. A lot of the damage that has come in after the recall, or sorry, after the orb has been thrown out, he's been throwing out some of his mediums as a counter-poking tool. He understands when he can actually counter-poke against Minot. I think that's what a lot of these players in general were missing. Not even
He's
if the
nailing
loop
it,
thing.
no doubt.
Are we going to see a 3-0 shutout? I'd be very surprised. Not to say it's out of the realm of possibility, because it's Phenom after all.
Absolutely. Look how often Phenom is outside of her. He's just at the right spot. Like, what can you
So
say?
good.
He's just at the right spot.
He's actually so good. He's a different level right now. same, but different level, I should say.
he walked backwards right there. What a genius. This
knows?
guy.
It's so interesting to see the back and forth and just like the decision making between both. I'm certainly perplexed as to how Phenom knows. I mean, like, I'm not too perplexed. The call-outs with the sandblast, stopping the orb over and over again. So good. Oh boy, the first big mistake, but not. Now gets to punish severely. Rickerman's Barnett, you have to go for a reset, right? You have 4 orbs left? Yep, the reset's there. The block's there, though, from Phenom. It's going to be more than enough for Rickerman's to finish it off, and I love that. I love that a lot. Capitalizing on some of the big mistakes. Is this going to be the turnaround, though? Is this going to be a repeat of last year's CPT? Setting itself up.
Very difficult to do at this point. Way outside of range.
Just a bit outside.
You know, even outside of that Stand Fierce. He's like in a range where like he's not going to get hit by Stand Fierce or the orb as it goes out.
Yeah.
And yet where he can harass with his own Sandblaster and also can walk up very quickly for things like crouching medium kick, crouching strong.
Trying to catch a delayed button overhead. Gonna get backed up with a recall. But gives Phenom a chance to deliver the pain.
Consider it delivered. Into the corner. Rikemans has super. Phenom hunting.
He's back, man. He's looking for tip. After the delivery, he's definitely looking for his tip. You were going to go for 10%? No, I need at least 15.
That caught at the end of a backdash right there. Rikemans was not going to do a V-shift or anything. The trigger was his only salvation. He knew that. Phenom knew that.
Looking at tournament point now. Phenom off to a pretty big change in regards to what happened last CPT. Rickerman's Barnett does have the meter advantage as well, though.
So consistently as Phenom at the right spot. He walks backwards a lot of the time. But then, as you need to not get cornered, he also walks forward at just the right times a lot of this situation as well. And navigating that little spot is just not at all easy.
Oof.
But he's doing it.
Out of there. Shift break, finding success in that. And now it's Rickerman's. Or fly out, a chance to V-skill up. It's so intense. It's actually super intense. You can see the cat and mouse game.
Yeah, no doubt.
Plus.
No risks taken. Okay, that again gave the trigger. Here's Rickerman's moving. Wanted the empty jump low, but Phenom was so ready.
Plus frames, now you gotta hold this. Oh, I was going to say, if there's negative edge from the side of Rickerman's, I think there's a way to get an opening or at least a defensive option. That's going to be more than enough. Don't drop it, Rickerman's. Yes, sir, on the board. Uh-oh. Are we seeing shades of CPT's pass between these two? The first game on the board after a huge detriment. Still at a huge detriment now, I think. But
yeah,
from match point to the full recovery, or at least another chance at life, this is going to be pretty intense.
And it's coming without Phenom getting got very often. It's not like Phenom all of a sudden played badly. Phenom was still at the right range a lot of the times. He was still ready for a lot of the offensive choices by Rickerman's Barnett. He was still ready for a lot of the zoning intentions out of Rickerman's Barnett. So it's a very, very hard fought battle for him to make this happen. Not going to be some easy giveaway.
Look at the amount of sandblasters per minute, by the way. It's been pretty critical. The amount of meter built up, the amount of damage you're getting.
Yeah.
You know it. Ooh, that's not gonna be.
The damage in the stun.
Bro. Yeah, he knew it.
That was the big risk. A throw would have done it. A hit would have done it. Tough position to be in. And again, as Minot, you do not want to spend the V meter if you can help it, especially right there. So Phenom again goes up to tournament point.
It was a very Luke round, if you ask me. There was a lot of whiff punishes, a lot of big confirmed. Now it's going to be Luke again, force Minot into this corner. What does Rickerman's have on defense? He's been stellar with defense all across the board since his loser's run, but now it's a different beast. It's a different Phenom. No, sir. I can't get out. That was hella meaty on the shoulder.
Yeah. Oh! Rickerman's in big trouble. The activation, the trigger is going to have to be what does it. From the front, that's not where Phenom was looking. From the jump in, Phenom was patient on the reset. Very good defense. After that initial hit, he weathered the storm well.
Oh. We're getting closer and closer. One confirm from Phenom could pretty much seal the deal. Oh, that could have been it.
He needs more, though. He's not going to kill on this. Yeah, Phenom's out. Rickamon would love to find that super. You know he's looking for it. Phenom knows he's looking for it.
So close.
Phenom's backed off. 38 on the clock. He will hang out.
Oh, one more time.
Okay, Rickamon finds the hit.
Tell me it's enough, David. It's not!
It's not enough by pixels. It's not enough. And terrifying situation now. Great goodness, the man went in for V-reversal with Minot, and Phenom was ready for that of all things. He was ready for that. Phenom takes CPT in the Nordic and Baltic region and has qualified for Capcom Cup.
I get it. I totally understand.
Was
what
the
you
idea
were-
like Sandblaster, the read,
Yes.
Sandblaster into Thermobaric
1,000% it was.
would have been
Yeah.
super sick, but
You would have
wow.
gotten. You would have gotten a big punish.
But
that-
Phenom was good.
I feel like even then
Didn't
you,
overcommit.
you only needed a single touch on Phenom, right? I think.
Yeah, it was close.
I think blocking one thermal, or sorry, gear reversal and one thermal barrack would have been good enough. If I play that back correctly in my head, I think you would be able to recover in time to catch the rest of the thermal barrack.
Yeah, I mean, if the read that Rickamon Barnett had was correct, yeah, I think he would've taken it.
Even without it, so you throw out a Sandblaster and
Yeah,
cancel
yeah.
the thermal
Yeah,
barrack.
yeah.
Sure, it's a punish for sure.
Yeah, okay.
But I think just thermal barrack straight up, like thermal
I
barrack.
see.
Wow, you block the first one, you go past it. I think you're
see.
gonna recover in time. But
Okay.
that's been like the biggest weakness of that V trigger. But I gotta say,
Oh,
look at
this ending here.
Right
By
here.
pixels, the character lived.
Look at this.
And then
Thermal barrack. Yeah, you had more. Than
Right. It
Yep.
was the EX. Absolutely. Wow. What a great job at not overcommitting in a situation like that. Did he
smart.
know specifically that Rickamon Barnett was going to go for that? We'll ask him, I guess. But even if not, just not taking any risks at all. Just like the most risk-averse choice that would both win and survive in case things go wrong. Shout outs to Phenom again. He wins the tournament. He qualifies for Capcom Cup out of the Nordic and Baltic region.
That's easily gonna be the first question we ask. Was
Come on, dude. Come
was
on,
that-
dude.
Was that intentional?
Give it to us straight. Let us know.
Give me the deets.
Come on.
Yeah,
Shout out to
that's,
him.
that is.
Look at these results
phenomenal.
here. 3-0, 3-1, 3-1. Torpon and Rickamon Barnett took games from Phenom, but
There was-
nobody else, and those were very hard fought
You
ones.
mean to tell me there were only 3 sets in this entire CPT where it wasn't a 3-0?
How about that? And that Yonzai versus Vegi one was awesome too.
Not even just that, but I think the
Yeah.
Yonzai versus Torpon one went down to the wire as well.
Mm.
I think all the matches, Yonzai versus Vegi for sure. But yeah, a lot of the Bison play was pretty slow.
But you're right. Even though there were a bunch of 3-0s and a couple 3-1s, but some of them didn't feel as far apart as they ended up being.
Yeah, I
Nevertheless,
agree.
that's the result. That's what happened right there, as you could see in the bracket.
Pretty neat stuff, man. That was, I gotta say, again, it was a very impressive showing all the way through for the Nordic Baltic region.
Yeah.
To be quite honest
There's a
with
lot
you.
of good players here, of course, as we know. Something we were expecting coming into it. I'm sure you were too if you're watching this. And certainly made that happen. But Phenom, as we mentioned, he's the favorite coming into this thing. Rickamon Barnett was able to overcome that in the past CPT, but this time not happening. Hasn't happened, in fact, on the anything Capcom events this year for Phenom, who takes first place here and had already taken first place in the 3 World Warrior events the region's had so far as well.
I do have my kind of like analysis for the way that Phenom and Rickamon had played pretty much leagues above, but I will make that comparison, or I will make that analysis later on. Instead, we will get an interview with the winner, Phenom, pretty soon. But before that comes out,
When?
actually, we have our mention of Street Fighter Duel also coming out pretty soon. Not as soon as the interview. I'll tell you that much.
You don't know that.
Do I? What? Do you think it'll come out?
You don't know that. I'm just saying you don't know. That's all.
I don't know anything. Really.
Oh, I mean, either.
But I do know that the Capcom authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel is now available for download in China, with the global version coming real soon. The epic legend is reborn on mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel soon. And let's fight for each other and join the journey with millions of players to become the best fighter real soon.
These tracksuit costumes are looking pretty good. I really like these, personally. I love how these look. The colors of them are actually really cool.
Do we get more
In my
colors now
opinion.
that there's a third Luke?
I don't know.
I'm
I don't
totally
know how that works. I don't think so.
Okay, he has to pick another character.
Well,
Nikali?
I guess we'll see. Men RD basically won with Luke, and they gave him Birdie because he used Birdie like once or whatever. So I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. That's not up for us to decide. All I can tell you out here is that these tracksuits are coming your way, and that the event's winning character will unlock the following Tuesday. However, Luke has already been unlocked. So it's time to root for the players representing your favorite characters to get these new costumes for free.
I would love to see that. And eventually, as you continuously watch the Capcom Pro Tour, eventually it does come to the end with the big dance over at Capcom Cup, where all the colors will be unlocked. And speaking of the big dance, again, we got to crown our champion for the Nordic Baltic region. That is indeed Phenom, and we'll have that interview with him just after this break. So, as he's been saying, you wouldn't go anywhere.
You wouldn't go anywhere.
Would you?
I don't think so. You wouldn't.
I'm going to put my money and say you wouldn't, and I don't want to lose that bet. So, hopefully, I'll see you back here with the interview. You're the winner for the Nordic Baltic region. Stay tuned.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to defeat. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
When you go looking for strength, it's not like a game. This journey doesn't have a real ending. Okay then, hope you're ready to begin. If you want to start off on the right foot in this city, hit the streets.
Yeah, hey, there I do this. Never fear losing. And when I get up in the game, y'all be improved. A real problem, but I solve them all face proof. And if you think I'm gon' fold, then you talking fool. Yeah, y'all wanna win, let me spin, boy. All done inside, I'm super fly like I'm hanging off the rim, boy. I've been winning for my kinfolk, and I put on for my city from the intro. Fight!
It started from the ground up, training getting wound up, channeling the inner self and moving up and down, crossing over, passing around, from the time the clock and keep score. Years I never thought it crossed before. When I get tired on my knees, I got it digging it deep. I feel like I'm on the block, really yes, got me. Since I was the win, no goodbyes. If you just let it get, I'm out here scheming, riding around and dreaming. Once I get the feeling,
The top player is here.
Let me have some fun.
Ready? Then show me.
This will be a good fight.
if you wanna come and stand up to me, pull up on me now. If you want to challenge, tell me what you want from me now. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back.
This is our destiny. My secret art.
Street Fighter 6.
If I go too far, please forgive me.
My name is Seth. Bow down for my cycle. It's time for trash. Show me everything. Download.
This will do.
I'm pretty sure everybody came back, right, David?
Yeah,
They
hey
wouldn't-
everybody, I knew you'd be here.
They wouldn't want to miss the winner interview, right? Especially with somebody as talented as Phenom. We get to actually pick his brain in regards to what happened in those final moments, right? This is a big turnaround in regards to how it played out from last year's CPT, going right into the way he performed today, right? Especially with Luke. My name is Vicious, for those that don't know, as well as Ultra David. Let me reintroduce you first and foremost. Let's talk about it a little bit, right? Going into the interview itself, we have to recap the top 8 first and foremost. We've talked about some of our favorite moments.
Yes.
Or at least with the top 16. We've highlighted throughout the course of this top 8 itself. Going right into it, let's pick something from the winner's side. David, I'd imagine your favorite moment has to be the Yonzai versus Torpon, right?
I would say that my favorite moment in that winner's side was Phenom versus Torpon game number 1.
Ooh,
Specifically
okay.
game number 1.
Okay.
That was a match I really didn't know how it would go beforehand. I expect all the roll out of Phenom. For Torpon, I really liked what I had seen before that, of course, but it's just not somebody I'm as familiar with. So I didn't know how he would be able to stand up to somebody of Phenom's caliber, and he stood up super well in game number 1, and even game number 1.5. So that was an extremely hard-fought battle that I really enjoyed. And then Phenom continued to play fantastically, and Torpon just felt it difficult to keep up, I suppose. Yeah. But yeah, I really like that winner's final for that reason.
And I'm glad you mentioned that because of the way he was so sturdy in the ground game in his previous match against Yonsei. Although it is 0-3, it went down to the wire every single time. It went down to just a couple of seconds left. But he held his ground game so well. We were talking about mental fortitude, right? Not letting the stack get to you. He was exhibiting that so well, which is why I felt like it was such a surprise to see it play out against Phenom specifically in regards to him moving into the spaces that Phenom led him to, right? So really impressive stuff. Going down to the loser's side, I will say, I'm going to start this one off. Yonzai versus Vegi was also a pretty solid one in my book.
Oh, yeah, that was great.
First and foremost, right? Looking at the way Yonzai had played prior with that Bison, it was still pretty close. Vegi had come from a slightly shaky Kung Martin matchup where he could have gone all the way down if he had lost that first round. He was a little shaky, but as it stood, I think, Yonzai had played a very, very solid game, also playing it down to the wire. And a couple of mishaps here and there. Couple of shaky moments where we kind of question ourselves, like, yo, is he actually dead because of V-trigger? Or how did he even backdash the rest of that chain?
That's right, yeah.
We still got to figure that out, but that was at least my highlight for the
Oh,
loser
yeah,
side.
absolutely. Yeah, that was a fantastic match. I love the difficulty of it, the hard-fought nature of it. Neither one gave up on almost anything, and a lot of those rounds were down to the very, very end of the round in terms of time on the clock, in terms of, close life bar situations. So, yeah, very, very interesting matchup for sure. But I think other than that, you see a lot of 3-0s here, and a lot of those were by Rikemans Barnett, who, although those weren't close matches for the most part, they were nevertheless really excellent displays of how to have control with the character who does not have great defensive tools herself. She's got a 3-frame button, but she doesn't have a lot of the other tools that some other characters have. Her V-reversal is not very good in most situations. Her doesn't have a DP, doesn't have an armored move. Like, she just lacks a lot of stuff. So being able to be as good as he was on defense, even versus players who typically have great offense like Dr. Gulag, like Yonzai, like Torpon, who we saw against other people totally demolish them, Rikemans Barnett had awesome defense. And it was that, as well as, the other things you expect, the mid-range, the offense, the trigger, that was all good. But what really stands out in my mind was his amazing defense on his way into that grand finals.
And I'm glad you mentioned that as well, because then I get to segue about how I see Phenom and Rikemans Barnett as the yin and yang to each other. I think Phenom exhibits very excellent awareness and offensive pressure. I think Rikemans Barnett does the same kind of thing in regards to awareness on defense and activity as to where to place certain buttons to force the errors. I think, also weaving through a lot of the traffic. Both can be shown from both sides, too. But overall, the synopsis would be like they have such a great understanding of the game. Their game sense is just so high up there, and they are leagues above everybody in this region. And I will say that with confidence. It's not to take away from the rest of the players. I think they played pretty damn well. Pretty entertaining to watch as well. Like, we see some of the character specifics that go on in a lot of these matches. And I got to say, big hats to you, big offs to you, really, for making it this far into the top 8. But as it stands right now, Phenom and Rikemans Barnett, they are still the top 2 for a very, very good reason.
Yeah, they continue to be fantastic. They continue to do well in the World Warrior. They continue to be the 2 in the grand finals of the CPT. Just excellent play all around. But again, Phenom is the one who ended up taking the whole thing.
Absolutely. He sure did. Let's see if we can get the Moose in here.
The
I would love
Moose?
to know. Is the Moose on the other line? We're being knocking on the door. He is. Yeah, there he is.
Well.
Excellent.
Look who's just hanging out. First of all, where are you?
I'm in the team office.
Got it.
Cool.
0-0 Phenom.
Is Veggie there too?
No, Veggie is playing from his home.
I see.
Yeah, that's how you have to do it when you play online. You can't do it from the same
That's true.
internet. Yeah.
That's what I
Well,
like to say.
congratulations
yeah,
to you for taking the tournament.
thank
You
you.
have qualified for Capcom Cup. You know, there's a lot of stuff to talk about here, but I think the first thing to talk about is that it has been you and Rick Barnett in the grand finals the last couple times. You guys have, you know, played in World Warrior and other places. You come out on top this time. It wasn't the same way the last CPT. What do you feel changed between this grand finals and the last grand finals of the CPT that you played last year against each other?
I think the main difference is probably character choice. Last year I was maining Karen, and that matchup is not that easy for Karen. And my other alternates were not like that familiar with Menat, so it was kind of tricky to overcome that. But I think this year Luke has he has a more consistent strategy against Menat, and he's obviously overall pretty good. So I think that has a part in it. And maybe also mix that with like a on-the-day kind of thing, because Rikeman is very good and it's very hard to beat him. He's a very slept-on player. People don't know much about him, but he's actually very, very strong. It's not just Menat stuff robbing you or whatever. He's overall a really, really good player, and that's why sometimes it can be like a on-the-day thing as well, where one can get the upper hand over the other.
Yeah, when you guys played in the Salt Mine, I'm looking a bit at the replay here. It was actually Falk versus Karen, for example, right? Wasn't
yeah, that was on Friday. Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah. So
I did win with Luke as well, but it's okay.
Okay. We were wondering about
yeah.
that. I'm like, was that like the actual final result where it was just like you were rocking out with Karen? But again, you were talking about that.
It can't just be character, right? Like there's more. You guys are using other characters too. Do you feel like there are other things that are involved here?
Thing is, I don't want to say anything like how do I say? I think at the highest level, small advantages count. Like it could be the difference, and these small advantages could be picking a different character. So even though it sounds very little, it actually does matter a lot in this game. At the very high level, where the skill level between all the players are somewhat equal, then it comes down to that sort of thing.
I feel like there isn't a lot of loot players in the region. When I was just kind of looking into it, like on CFN, even on YouTube, I didn't really get to see a lot of Lukes being flexed out in that region. Are you like one of the kind of like the mainstays for that character? Because I feel like you talk about the character a lot. You know, there's a lot that talks about, you know, skill at the high level, but the characters being played is also a significant factor. Do you think it was like a factor of Rickerman's Barnett not having enough of the Luke practice in regards to like why he fell today?
I don't think so, because we've played, I think, like 500 games or something. we've played so much that matchup. But so it's not a not knowing the matchup kind of thing. It's just that I don't know. I played better today, I guess.
That's fair. That's a fair assessment.
Yeah.
And that's one of the also kind of the things we wanted to talk about as well. In a particular moment in the matchup, pretty much like literally the last moment, we were debating whether or not that was a bait on your behalf to trick Rickman's Barnett into using the V-reversal after you had done a Sandblaster. Was that an intentional bait to get the V-reversal out? Because you did Sandblaster and maybe into like Thermal Barrack to follow up, but you intended to just like, or actually, yeah, was that intentional or was that just a very lucky situation where it's just, you know, I'm going to just Sandblaster here and see what happens?
No, it was not intentional. He was very low on health, and so I didn't need to cancel into Sandblaster. I just needed to hit a regular Fireball. But I think he panicked in the clutch moment, and he maybe thought that the Fireball coming at him was the V-trigger Fireball. So he wanted to V-reversal behind me and punish me, but it was the regular Fireball. And I think because it was such a tense situation, it was the last moment in the tournament, he reacted too fast, and then he did it and then got punished.
And that was wild. It was actually a scary moment because literally right beforehand, you had shown off that V trigger. So I was thinking to myself,
Yes,
like, dude,
exactly,
you
yeah.
actually gave up the game on that point. I was terrified for you.
Yeah. So I did that. He blocked, and I think he was looking for it again. And then the regular fireball came. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Did you watch the losers finals where Torpon played versus?
No, I actually did not watch because
Fair enough. Okay, I was gonna ask you what you thought
the moment I went to grand finals, I knew Rike was gonna make it. So I messaged Valmaster because he plays Menat a little bit, and I just said, "Yo, let's just play some games on Battle Lounge."
Nice.
And then I just warmed up, like I played like Luke, Nekali, Bison, and I just warmed up just in case, all of them. But I was always planning on going Luke. But yeah, so that I didn't watch Rike's games.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, let's talk about the rest of the region. You know, there are the mainstays that I think everybody in the world will know about. You, Recommence Barnett, Veggie, like folks who have been doing a great work for a long time, including folks who've been traveling all over the place. But there's more than that. Can you speak to the strength of the region, how you feel it's been growing, and how you feel it's been doing over the last couple of years?
I feel like since COVID especially, it's been growing slowly and slowly. Like Rike came into like his top form last year in 2021. And then this year you see Torpon make it to third place. I didn't know who he was until I think 1 or 2 weeks ago. I didn't know, but then he showed up and he performed so well. So I think we're definitely seeing like a steady growth in the overall level of the region. So it's not just me, Rike, Veggie. Now it's I think more and more players are slowly stepping up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we saw two names that were kind of new, at least in records of their performances in the top 8. Then we've seen some improved records from the likes of Dr. Gulag as well. So that was pretty impressive to see. Yonzai also making it back into the fray within the top 8. So we do see that steady increase. And now it's got me excited to see what the future is going to be like for the rest of it. Now that you've already qualified into Capcom Cup, does this mean you're no longer going to be participating in the World Warrior events?
You've been running those things, man. You're going to get everybody a chance to get points now? You're going to chill out a little bit?
I'm not really sure if the only prize is a qualification spot, then I'm not gonna join the finals, even though I'm qualified. But I might join the point, the ranking event, so to say, just to win them all. I want to just have that as like a thing where I've won all the World Warriors. I want that like as a title. But
I love that about you, man.
Yeah.
For real. That's exactly why like we're such big fans, man. You play for
But
like,
I don't think. Thank you, but I don't think it would be fair of me to join the finale. Just to there wouldn't be any point in gatekeeping anyone or something like that. It would be more fair to let everyone play it out and see who makes it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a lot of events left on the CPT, so can't talk about everybody who has qualified quite yet, but we do know that Samurai, Four Fills, Crimson, Just a Kid, Momochi, Dookie, Brandon, Mena RD, Kawano, Travis Styles, Sol VNG, Jabi M, Ronaldinho, and now you have all qualified. Who in that list are you worried about? Who are you game planning for the most?
I mean, can you repeat the list?
I was going to say, there's a lot.
I haven't even checked who's qualified,
Okay,
but
fair
I know. I know Momochi. His
he's in.
Cody is really good, and Cody against Luke, I think is a bit tricky for Luke, that matchup, and it's also. So that's one I'm a little bit maybe worried about. Maybe I have to.
You got Kawano,
Mena,
you got Crimson,
Kawano.
Samurai,
Crimson is always a threat. Four Fills is a threat. Falk is a bit tricky for Luke as well.
Okay.
So there are a few players in there. There are a few players in there where I might need to prepare other characters. So I can't really say one. I just have to. It's like maybe like 3 or 4. I need to be like, okay, I need to pick another character for them, and then I can pick Luke for the rest.
That's fair enough. I feel like, Luke covers a lot of the wheelhouse, but also the other characters you presented, like Bison, Nikali, Karen. If you pull another character, I wouldn't be surprised, but I'd be like, damn, that's a lot to juggle. But overall, again, very impressive performance. Pretty much, nearly 3-0 all the way through up until, the beginning of, top 16 up until like the grand finals.
Well, winners finals and grand finals were 3-1.
Oh, okay, there it was.
Other
Yeah,
than that, nice
that's
work.
super impressive.
I
This is
can't
gonna
believe you
be-
lost 2 games. You lost 2 games.
I
What
can't
do
believe
What
you,
do
man. How
What
dare
do
you?
What do you do?
How dare you? This is going to be your moment to shine, Phenom. Any sort of plug that you would like to pretty much give yourself and your community? This is your time, man.
Yo, shout out to my team 00 Nation. Shout out to my bro Veggie. Shout out to mom and dad. Shout out to I don't know. Shout out to everyone that that I'm cool with. So
Yeah.
that's it. Yeah.
Hey, actually, right before you go, can you what's going on in the background there? Can you give me a little tour? What do we got in these headquarters here?
I mean,
these team
it's
headquarters.
a little bit messy in this room.
Okay, all right.
But
I can't believe you actually
but
agreed
yeah,
and obliged. I appreciate that.
it's a big office. So, but
Cool,
I can't
man.
really do it. It's a people are working there.
Oh, fair.
Can't
Okay,
really-
yeah, don't bother.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we do appreciate your time, man. Congratulations again. The Moose is in the cup. Phenom, always good speaking to you, man. We look forward to seeing you how you perform over in Capcom Cup.
Thank you, guys.
Take it easy, man.
Good to see you.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank
there you have it, man. Phenom making it for the Nordic Baltic region into Capcom Cup. We'd love to see how he performs overall, and overall just big fans of his energy and his positivity for the scene. And he's put on such great content. If you guys haven't done so already, Phenom the Moose is where you can find him on Twitter. He didn't even mention that, which is a pretty big deal, I feel like. He's a pretty humble dude, but he's also a really funny one. So overall, I think we've pretty much broken down the region. We've broken down our opinions on top 8. That was one hell of a grand finals. For sure, Rickman's Barnett almost making that run back happen all the way through in the grand finals. But overall, David, I got to say, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you again, as well as seeing all of you at these ungodly hours, or at least for the West Coast. Now it's going to be prime time brunch, I think.
Yeah, we may go get some food after this. Yay, that's all right. But no, thanks a lot to everybody for hanging out. The region is always a blast to watch. Congrats to everybody who did well, not just in Phenom's case, but everybody else who made top 8 and the top 16 as well. Thanks a lot for watching. We're going to be off for the next couple weeks again on the CPT. Just as a reminder, we are going to take a couple weeks break. We'll be back with the Asia region after that. Then
Street Fighter League also, by
Street
the
Fighter
way.
League will be
Don't
starting
forget
on
that.
the October 7th date, as you can see right there.
Street Fighter 6 closed beta going on that same weekend. Just to let you guys know, it's going to be sick. In case you miss all the CPT action, well, there's going to be Street Fighter action regardless for you all. You guys do not want to miss that.
Asia, October 15th. As you can see, registration is actually open starting tomorrow. Get in if you can. Then EU West will be after that on October 22nd, the following weekend. So we've got a couple of things coming up after a little bit of a break. Thanks a lot for watching for today, though. Appreciate everybody hanging out. I knew you wouldn't go anywhere. I knew it.
I put my money on it,
knew
and I'm totally satisfied. I will say we may not be on the next one for the CPT, but we hope you guys are, because we've been enjoying all of your company. Everybody that's been involved with it, we wouldn't be here without you. So again, in the meantime, be safe, continue playing Street Fighter 5, and we'll see you for the next one. Take care. Pretty full stun secret. Oh, you don't even have time to recall. As it walks behind him, you're actually going to be stunned. Wow, that was legit. Oh, play for free, just. Oh, you're not. Example, setting Birdie. Oh, dear God. Oh! Ay! There you go. Oh, you're punished! Oh. Man, just finding all of these hits. Forfon is pretty much one secret away, and he gets it via the huge damage and huge corner kick.
Got it. Well, it's going to be a tough spot. Overhead all over.
Oh, boy. He's got the Oki.
You want everybody else stuck.
Is that going to work? Wait. Opening, and it's the cross-up. Rickman's Barnett with another 3-0 victory under their belt. That is enough, David. It's not!